Lost 8 in a row at MetLife. Aaron Rodgers, not surprisingly, a whole lot better than rookie Daniel Jones, and the Packers won going away 31-13. 4 touchdown passes for Rodgers, 3 interceptions for Jones.
As a group, we weren't consistent enough, and we didn't, weren't able to score enough. So, I think that's, that's been the story. We got to be more consistent. We got to find ways to, keep the ball moving forward and get the ball in the end zone when we have chances in the red zone. So, I think we've, it's disappointing, but we gotta stay at it.
Giants record over the last 3 seasons now 10-34. The 49ers and Patriots were both 10-1. Both lost on the road to AFC first place teams. The Niners fell in Baltimore on a last-second field goal, 20-17. That's the Ravens' 8th straight win. Last night, Patriot comeback fell short in Houston, 28-22. New England now just a game ahead of Buffalo in the AFC East, tied with Baltimore atop the AFC, but it's the Ravens who won the tiebreaker, having beaten the Pats. At the Garden, Celtics beat the Knicks 113-104. Jason Tatum scored 30 points for Boston. Julius Randle had 26 for the Knicks. At Barclays, much improved Miami rallied past the Nets 109-106. Spencer Dinwiddie had 29 for Brooklyn. With the Bloomberg NBC Sports Update, I'm John Stashower.
John, thanks a lot. Just ahead, our global roundtable of Bloomberg editors and reporters with a look at stories from around the world. This is Bloomberg.
Have you wanted to speak a new language, but you thought it'd be too hard or take too much time? Then go to Babbel.com, download the app, and try it for free. In just 15 minutes a day, you'll be on your way to speaking a new language in just a few weeks. And right now, you can try Babbel for free. Babbel starts out teaching you words and phrases by matching them with pictures. You won't believe how easy the interactive program is. Soon the sentences get a little bigger, and before you know it, you're having simulated conversations voiced by native speakers. And because Babbel is crafted by language experts and uses the spaced repetition method, in just 10 to 15 minutes a day, you'll be speaking the language of your choice with real confidence. With Babbel, you can speak a language. Just go to Babbel.com and start your first lesson in the language of your choice for free. Download the Babbel app or go to Babbel.com and try it for free. That's Babbel.com.
Hey y'all, Jeff Foxworthy here. Now, if you've ever found yourself repeating the same thing over and over for 75 years, you might be Smokey Bear.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
That's why I'm filling in for Smokey to switch things up, because there's a lot more to say. And I should know because my grandfather was a firefighter. And one of the things he taught me is that the people that love the outdoors the most are often the ones accidentally starting wildfires, which means always BYOB. No, bring your own bucket to the campfire. And be extra careful with things like burning yard trimmings. Don't just walk away, or chances are you might be starting a wildfire. So for the love of the outdoors, go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
I've got to tell you about our beautiful city break in Bath. Midweek is the perfect time to beat the crowds. Just an hour and a half by train from London. It was so relaxing. We headed straight for Bath Christmas Market. Oh, I can still smell the roasted chestnuts and mulled wine from the chalets. We dropped off our Christmas shopping at the hotel. Then it was off to be spellbound at the Theatre Royal Bath. There's so much to do in Bath. I'm already planning my next trip.
Discover the magic of Bath this Christmas. Plan ahead at visitbath.co.uk/Christmas.
eBay's Black Friday deals are here.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
A refurbished Dyson V6 Animal that was £159 is now only £129.
Blimey, that's good.
Or a Samsung 50-inch 4K TV that was £379 is now only £349.
Stop it, that's amazing.
And with fast and free delivery, it's never been easier. There's still time to shop Black Friday deals on eBay.
Get it!
Limited availability, T's and C's apply.
This winter, there's no place like Wicked, the award-winning West End musical. Discover the incredible untold story of the Witches of Oz and how one came to be called good and the other wicked. Wicked at London's Apollo Victoria Theatre. Extra shows added for Christmas.
So Do you really think your party's manifesto is plausible, or is it just an election bribe?
Get an in-depth look at all the main party manifestos. From public services to immigration, the Times and the Sunday Times will guide you through. Pick up your copy today or visit thetimes.co.uk.
On 3, our unlimited data is actually unlimited, like 4 reels. That means you can scroll and scroll and scroll through all the Black Friday deals.
Because we have no speed limits, no data caps, and you'll be 5G ready at no extra cost.
Wow, so many savings.
Our Black Friday deals are now on. Save up to £480. Switch to 3, in-store or online. See 3.co.uk/unlimited-data. Savings on selected phones on 24-month contracts. Ends 5th of December. Terms apply.
From Bloomberg Television, here's Tom Keene on Bloomberg Surveillance.
Steve Sadoff joins us right now with your heritage in retail, running Saks Fifth Avenue, all the work you've done across Aramark and the others. The answer is, are the French going to own it all? That's the New York question today. I've got Van Cleef is Richemont, I think, and now I'm going to have LVMH at Fifth Avenue. Are they going to own it all?
Not all of it, but they're going to certainly own a lot. The LVMH acquisition of Tiffany is going to, I think, be transformational for Tiffany, certainly. I think Tiffany is a great brand, but LVMH has done a terrific job of what I call good, better, best. They've been able to expand the consumer base of all of the brands that they work with. Take Louis Vuitton, for example. It's elegant, it's aspirational, but it's also at the entry price point of luxury. So I think LVMH does a terrific job with these businesses, and Tiffany, I think they have opportunity in expanding it in Asia to strengthen the business. They want to build the jewelry business in the U.S. Tiffany, I think, has a great opportunity to expand globally, and for Louis Vuitton to really build its presence in the United States. Investing in the jewelry business, I think, is a good one for LVMH.
Hear more interviews like this one on Bloomberg Television, streaming live on Bloomberg.com and on the Bloomberg mobile app, or check your local cable listings. Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and TikTok on Twitter. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm Nathan Hager. President Trump says he is restoring tariffs on steel and aluminum from Brazil and Argentina effective immediately. In a tweet stream, the president accused both countries of presiding over what he calls a massive devaluation of their currencies. He's calling on the Federal Reserve to lower rates and loosen monetary policy. S&P futures higher by 6 points at the moment. Dow futures up 70. NASDAQ futures higher by 13 points. The 10-year's down 18 seconds, yield 1.83%. 2-year yield 1.63%. NYMEX crude oil up 2.3% or $1.26, 56.42 a barrel. The euro at 1.1015 against the dollar. The yen at 109.62. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Now here's Michael Barr with more on what's going on around the world. Michael.
Nathan, President Trump and his lawyers will not participate in this Wednesday's scheduled impeachment hearing. Meanwhile, key House lawmakers are being allowed a private review of the Intelligence Committee's report on its impeachment inquiry. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, ahead of the International Climate Conference, says that the world's efforts to stop climate change have been utterly inadequate. In the NFL, the Jets and Giants lost, the Redskins won, the Ravens beat the 49ers, the Patriots and Raiders lost. In the NBA, the Knicks lost to the Celtics, the Nets lost, along with the Warriors and Wizards. In the NHL, the Bruins won. Global news, 24 hours a day, on air and at TikTok, on Twitter, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg, John.
Michael, thank you. 6:19 on Wall Street. We are live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studios. This is Bloomberg Daybreak. Time now to get you set up for the trading day and the week ahead. Joining us in New York, Joe Weisenthal, head of the America's News Desk for Bloomberg News. In London, we're joined by News Executive Editor Heather Harris. And at Beijing, pleased to have Managing Editor Emma O'Brien. Emma, let's start with you. A new month, Monday, so we get those PMIs, China factory outlook among them. That is brightening.
That's right, a bright spot in what has been a pretty moribund picture we've been seeing develop in the Chinese economy this year. Factory activity unexpectedly climbed into expansion territory, the first time it's grown since April. This is for the month of November. A measure of the services sector, or the non-manufacturing beat, it also rose to 54.4, the highest level since March. Now, economists are putting this bounce down to government stimulus and support for the manufacturing manufacturing sector, as well as signs of stabilisation in the wider global economy. But whether a month's data can signal a more broad recovery, though, questionable.
All right, thank you, Emma. Let's move on. Cyber Monday today. After, of course, Black Friday. Joe Weisenthal, were we clicking or standing in line?
I actually clicked, and I bought a winter coat, and it already arrived, so I'm glad that I clicked. But it is true that, at one point there was sort of this, for myself. I'm still looking for gifts for others. I needed a coat. I had to get that out of the way. But it is true that whereas once there was this idea that, Black Friday was a day you go to stores and maybe later in the week you buy online, it's pretty clear that distinction is being blurred. And if anyone checked the promotions tab in their Gmail over the weekend, there was not some wait for the online deals to start this week. They started at the same time, basically, as the physical deals, and there's really no distinction anymore.
Okay, from shopping to German politics, Heather, Merkel's party playing hardball with some of the coalition future in doubt at this point.
Yeah, so there was a real surprise on Saturday when the Social Democrats, the junior partner in Germany's coalition government, voted for two relatively unknown politicians to lead their party over the current finance minister, Olaf Scholz. And these two people have been openly critical of staying in the coalition and would prefer to be in opposition. The question now is, will Merkel throw them a bone, perhaps on fiscal spending, to keep the coalition intact and see out her chancellorship? Or will AKK, Annegret Kramp-Karrenbauer, a chairwoman of the CDU, will she prefer to play real hardball, as you just say, and say, actually, you don't like it, you're out?
All right, Emma, back to you in Beijing. There's some blowback over the U.S. support of the Hong Kong protesters.
That's right. China starting to show its wrath against the US signing that bill in support of Hong Kong's demonstrators. They've vowed to sanction organisations like the National Endowment for Democracy, Freedom House, and of course Human Rights Watch, which has been in Beijing's bad books over Xinjiang for a couple of years already. Beijing also indicating it would suspend Hong Kong port visits by US Navy ships over the legislation, which Trump, of course, signed last Wednesday just before Thanksgiving.
And Joe, back here in the U.S., big week for data, including the Super Bowl of data. Mm-hmm. That's Friday. What do we get?
Obviously, the first week of every month tends to be very heavy on the data, but the big one is going to be the jobs report, which comes out this Friday. Economists expecting 190,000 jobs. And, what people keep saying is that, for all the issues with trade and manufacturing and the dollar, as long as the labor market remains strong, there's not much to worry about. And we haven't seen any real weakening in the labor market yet, and no one anticipates it anytime soon.
Heather, back to you. It's a big week for oil markets. OPEC, their allies are going to meet in Vienna to decide output policy. And can you say cheat or not cheat?
I'd never use that word. I think the received wisdom at the moment is they are likely to stick with their current output cuts, but perhaps extend them. Those output cuts, reminder, they expire in March. We've seen signals that those do need to be extended. Let's not forget that the Saudi Aramco, about to be the world's largest IPO ever, even though it's obviously been significantly reduced since its inception, will start trading on Friday. And so there's a lot of speculation about how that will play into what OPEC, particularly the Saudis, decide they want to do. But so far, we think probably the output cuts stay as they are, but are prolonged until perhaps June next year.
And finally, Joe, we're getting some tweets this morning. The futures were pairing some of their gains, we'll say.
Tariff Man. Tariff Man is back. I mean, this is always the thing, is that, just when you're feeling good and everything's looking fine, Trump reminds you of the tweet risk, saying today that, and I don't think anyone was talking about this, new tariffs on Brazil and Argentina. He's upset with them for devaluing their currencies. Of course, Argentina is literally facing a financial and fiscal crisis. So, their currency collapsed. I'm not sure it was part of some scheme. Nonetheless, I don't think that it's the tension with Brazil and Argentina per se that's hitting markets, but rather just the reminder that this is always out there with Trump.
All it takes is one tweet. Joe Weisenthal here in New York, Heather Harris in London, and Emma O'Brien in Beijing. Thanks to all of you. Appreciate it. Dow futures right now, they're up 69 points. The S&P futures up 7, and the Nasdaq E-mini futures 14 points higher. You're listening to Bloomberg Daybreak.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Stock futures point to a bounce higher at the open to kick off the month of December on Wall Street. Year to date, the S&P 500 is up 25%. Dow futures now up 99. NYMEX crude is climbing today, up 2.3% at $56.44 a barrel. The catalyst boosting the mood this morning is some better than expected manufacturing data out of China. China has avoided measures related to trade in its first actions retaliating against the U.S. over a law supporting Hong Kong's protesters, instead vowing to sanction some rights organizations and halt warship visits to the city. It's so-called Cyber Monday. Adobe Analytics estimates surpassing $9 billion on this Monday after Thanksgiving. Black Friday was a huge success, posting a record for the day at $7.4 billion in sales. Gina Cervetti, Bloomberg Radio.
Startups and research universities like New Jersey Institute of Technology are fueling the innovation economy. And few people are better positioned to see what's on the horizon in New Jersey than physicist and state representative Andrew Zwicker.
How technology is transforming our financial sector is revolutionary, and so much of that is in New Jersey. We are innovators when it comes to agriculture, and there is opportunity now for great transformation in how are we going to grow food in an ever-growing population, and how do we turn urban centers into agricultural centers. Autonomous vehicles is another one where we have some of the world's leading experts, and how this will transform how those who are either elderly or are visually impaired or mobily impaired can start to use autonomous vehicles to transform their lives and have access to transportation they could have never had before.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu/research.
There's a growing threat from Moscow Center, and Britain's intelligence service think they've found the man for the job.
The natural-born agent runner is his own man. He may take his orders from London, but in the field, he is the master of his fate and the fate of his agents.
A powerful portrait of our times, told with unflagging tension by one of the greatest novelists of our age, John le Carré's Agent Running in the Field. Available now at Waterstones.
'Tis the season to be hunched over your laptop. Not on our watch. In real life, you can fill your senses and your baskets. Feel all the sights, sounds, lols, and OMGs. Wear laughing emojis on actual smiley faces. Battery is running low. Take the kids to Santa's Grotto. In real life, you can find just the right present using the most advanced search engine in the world. Your eyes. We can't in real life. Brent Cross, London. Free parking for all sleighs and cars.
So, Minister, how will your party combat the climate crisis? Is there a deadline? But is that too little too late?
Get an in-depth look at how the main parties are planning to tackle climate change. From the environmental crisis to the Brexit crisis, the Times and the Sunday Times will guide you through. Pick up your copy today or visit thetimes.co.uk.
On 3, our unlimited data is actually unlimited, like 4 reels. That means you can scroll and scroll and scroll through all the Black Friday deals.
Because we have no speed limits, no data caps, and you'll be 5G ready at no extra cost.
Wow, so many savings.
Our Black Friday deals are now on. Save up to £480. Switch to 3, in-store or online. See 3.co.uk/unlimited-data. Savings on selected phones on 24-month contracts. Ends 5th of December. Terms apply.
You or your business accounts? Who's the boss here? Say goodbye to that shoebox full of receipts and hello to simple solutions from Sage. Over 1 million British businesses already rely on Sage, and we can support you to free up your future with smarter bookkeeping that automates repetitive tasks and gives you the insight you need to inform your decisions. Win-win. Find out more at sage.com/automate.
Live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119 and around the globe. The Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Daybreak.
And it's 6:30 on Wall Street. Good morning. I'm Nathan Hager.
And I'm John Tucker. We're just about 3 hours away from the opening of U.S. trading. And let's get you up to speed on the news you need to know at this hour. Stocks getting a lift to start the week despite news that China will sanction some U.S. nonprofits and freeze American Navy visits to Hong Kong. The move is retaliation for President Trump signing a bill supporting protesters in that city. Let's get more from Bloomberg's Jeff Black in Hong Kong.
It might stop a few U.S. warships from harboring in Hong Kong. But what it doesn't do, of course, is something that brings it across into the trade negotiations. It doesn't ask for any further concessions from the U.S. on trade. It doesn't walk away from the table altogether.
Yeah, no retaliation on trade is seen as a positive. Upbeat data out of China are also giving a boost to global stocks. Japan led gains in Asia overnight, with the Nikkei rising 1%. And right now, S&P futures are higher by almost 7 points.
And meanwhile, a paper run by China's Communist Party is pushing for more U.S. concessions as part of any phase one trade agreement. Now, Bloomberg FX and rate strategist Richard Jones has more.
We had a tweet from the Global Times over the weekend saying the Chinese government wants tariffs to be rolled back as part of the phase one trade deal with the U.S. So I think the backdrop on trade is the overarching sort of sentiment that's keeping some of the gains outside of Japan limited. But obviously these Chinese PMI data over the weekend were a positive surprise.
That data show a pickup in China's factory sentiment, with the Taishin index rising to 51.8 in November. It is a lift from the prior month, but not a strong rebound. Bloomberg's Tom McKenzie reports from Beijing.
The output component rose sharply, but that was helped by more working days in October and milder than usual weather for this time of year. Now, Bloomberg Economics says, given all of this, we are still likely to see another 0.5 percentage point cut in the one-year rate by the end of the year and more cuts in 2020. In Beijing, I'm Tom McKenzie, Bloomberg Daybreak.
All right, thanks, Tom. And President Trump restoring tariffs on steel from Brazil and Argentina. The president says the move is in response to Brazil and Argentina devaluing their currencies.
Oil is gaining as Iraq signals OPEC and its allies will consider deeper output cuts at this week's meeting. Checking prices now, NYMEX and Brent crude are both up 2.2%. West Texas Intermediate's at $56.40 a barrel, while Brent's at $61.83.
And the holiday shopping season continues today with Cyber Monday. Black Friday set a record with $7.4 billion in online sales, and purchases made by smartphones accounted for $2.9 billion in sales. That is the most ever. S&P futures this morning 6 points higher. The Dow futures up 58. This is Bloomberg. And it's now 6:33 on Wall Street. Let's get news from around the world this morning. We say good morning to Bloomberg's Michael Barr.
John, thank you very much. As millions of people return home after the Thanksgiving holiday, powerful storms are creating a wintry mess across the nation. Airlines have canceled or delayed thousands of flights across the country. Here in the New York City area, a second round of snow is on the way. Today, New Yorkers are urged to use mass transit. After a mix of snow and sleet, it will all turn to snow later this evening. For now, we're looking at about 3 inches, but forecasters are keeping a close eye on the storm. Upstate in Albany, more than a foot of snow could fall. Officer Steve Smith is with the Albany Police.
The biggest thing people can do right now as it continues to snow is stay home unless you really have to travel. If you do need to travel, we ask that you turn your headlights on, drive slow, and just really give yourself ample time.
The House impeachment report on President Donald Trump will be unveiled today behind closed doors for key lawmakers. Democrats are pushing ahead despite the White House's declaration it won't participate in the first hearing by the Judiciary Committee on Wednesday. Republican Congressman Tom McClintock appearing on ABC's This Week.
I think it would be to the president's advantage to have his attorneys there. That is his right. But I can also understand how he is upset at the illegitimate process that we saw unfold in the Intelligence Committee.
ABC's This Week can be heard Sundays on Bloomberg Radio. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres says there is a danger global warming could pass the point of no return. The The UN chief said the impact of rising temperatures is already being felt around the world, with dramatic consequences for humans and other species. He spoke before the start of today's two-week International Climate Conference in Madrid. Bloomberg's Laura Milan has more on the conference from Madrid.
Thousands of government delegates, advocacy groups, and company executives will meet for 2 weeks. In this edition of COP25, their goal is to reach an agreement to set up the rules for a global carbon market. That's part of the Paris Agreement goals to reduce emissions and fight climate change.
Bloomberg's Laura Milan. The Supreme Court today will hear arguments in a potentially landmark Second Amendment case. At issue is a New York City handgun regulation that put tight limits on licensed gun owners' ability to transport firearms outside the home. Global news 24 hours a day on air and at TikTok, on Twitter. Powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg, John.
Michael, thank you. It's 6:36 on Wall Street. It's time for the Bloomberg NBC Sports Update. Here's John Stashower.
John, another rough Sunday for New York football. The Giants lost their 8th game in a row. They had more yards than the Packers, but Green Bay never trailed. Giants were within 4 in the third quarter, and then 2 more Aaron Rodgers touchdown passes. He had 4 on the day. Green Bay won 31-13. The only team in the NFL with a worse record than the Giants, the Cincinnati Bengals. And they just beat the Jets to improve to 1-11. It wasn't even close in Cincinnati. Andy Dalton, a winner in his return as the starting quarterback. 22-6 the final. The Jets quarterback is Sam Darnold.
Yeah, it sucks, to lose this game. It's just like any other game, though. Whenever you lose, it's not fun. So we just got to watch the tape tomorrow, try to get better from this, and learn from our mistakes.
Jets had come in with a 3-game winning streak. Battle of AFC division leaders last night. Houston beat New England 28-22. The Pats offense struggled until late in the game. They dropped to 10-2. They're only a game ahead of Buffalo in the AFC East. AFC North leading Baltimore, also 10-2, owning the tiebreaker with New England. The Ravens on a last-second field goal topped the 49ers 20-17. A possible Super Bowl preview there. Niners are also 10-2. Baltimore has won 8 games in a row. Knicks and Nets both lost at home. Knicks beaten by the Celtics 113-104. Miami topped Brooklyn 109-106. The word last week was that talks had broken off between Rutgers and their former football coach, Greg Schiano, but they worked it out. Schiano was returning to the job he had for 11 years. With the Bloomberg NBC Sports Update, I'm John Stashower. John?
All right, John, thanks a lot. And coming up this week, we have a full slate of U.S. economic data on the calendar, including readings on the U.S. jobs and manufacturing. Let's get a preview now from Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
We're on the final stretch of the government's monthly employment report set for Friday. Economists are forecasting a pickup in November payroll data and an unemployment rate holding near a half-century low. On today's agenda, ISM releases its December factory index, and we could see more weakness. Readings below 50 in the ISM index signal contraction, and the factory index has been running below that benchmark since August. Also today, look for the market factory PMI, which has been sending a more upbeat signal on manufacturing. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Daybreak.
Thanks, Vinny. It is now 6:38 on Wall Street.
The following commentary is from Bloomberg Opinion.
America's railroad system is great for freight. I'm Justin Fox, a columnist for Bloomberg Opinion. In the 1970s and early 1980s, Congress reformed the struggling U.S. railroads. First, it freed private railroads from providing passenger service and gave that responsibility to the newly created Amtrak. Then it nationalized and reorganized the bankrupt railroads of the Northeast. Finally, in 1980, it deregulated freight rail. These reforms, you may be surprised to learn, are viewed abroad as a huge success. U.S. railroads now carry 80% more freight than they did in 1980, and about as much as trucks do, which is not even close to true in most of the world's other major economies. They paid more than $5 billion in income taxes last year, dwarfing government subsidies to Amtrak. U.S. passenger rail, it's true, is much less impressive by global standards, but it's part of an overall rail system that is profitable and world-class. I'm Justin Fox. For more opinion, please go to Bloomberg.com/opinion or OPIN Go on the Bloomberg terminal.
This has been Bloomberg Opinion.
And Bloomberg Opinion commentaries can be heard every weekday at this time. Terminal customers can read more at OPIN Go. 6:39 on Wall Street. Time now for the Bloomberg Small Business Report. Data from the U.S. Department of Labor show about half of small businesses in the U.S. fail after 5 years in operation. Since 2009, the Goldman Sachs 10,000 Small Business Program has been trying to improve the odds, providing management education to small firms. And importantly, says Goldman CEO David Solomon, access to capital.
One of the things we want to try to do out of this program is to allow these graduates to become bankable, so they can walk into a bank and get a equipment loan or a loan that will support growth in their business.
9,100 small business owners graduated from the program so far, with 78% having increased their revenue after 30 months. Now, the coming weeks, we're going to focus on recent graduates. And as Goldman Sachs closes in on the magic 10,000 number, Solomon is ready to invest even more.
We're gonna keep going. We're pretty committed to this.
And that is today's Bloomberg Small Business Report. This on a day when futures in the U.S. point to a higher open on Wall Street. The Dow futures right now 40 points higher. That has appeared in some of the earlier gains after President Trump's tweet this morning. Right now up about 0.1%. S&P futures, they're 4 points higher. That's up 1/10. And the Nasdaq E-mini futures up 6 points. You're listening to Bloomberg Daybreak.
Imagine being denied an apartment because of your religion, or your race, or because you have children, or a disability.
It's so wrong. Yes, but who has the power to stop this?
You do. Each of us has the power. The law is on your side. It's illegal for landlords to discriminate because of race, color, religion, sex, national origin, disability, or familial status. If you suspect that you have experienced housing discrimination, file a complaint with HUD immediately so we can investigate it. Fair housing is your right.
Use it.
To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. That's HUD.gov/fairhousing. Or call 1-800-669-9777. 1-800-669-9777. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Why do hedge funds and other alternative managers rely on Pershing? Mark Alderati, a managing director at BNY Mellon's Pershing and head of Prime Services, explains.
In today's environment of market volatility, Pershing's Prime Services is well positioned to support the needs of hedge funds and other alternative investment managers. Whether it's customized financing or securities lending solutions, platform access, or business expansion, BNY Mellon's Pershing is a prime broker who's committed to this business and agile enough to meet your evolving demands. Pershing helps to solve the needs of clients by advocating for them, providing unwavering strength, deep supply, and award-winning service that is at the core of everything we do. Find out what sets Pershing's prime brokerage team apart.
Learn more about the unique and industry-leading solutions for hedge funds and other alternative managers offered by BNY Mellon's Pershing. Visit our website at Pershing.com. Pershing LLC, member FINRA, NYSE, SIPC.
I've got to tell you about our beautiful city break in Bath. Midweek is the perfect time to beat the crowds. Just an hour and a half by train from London. It was so relaxing. We headed straight for Bath Christmas Market. Oh, I can still smell the roasted chestnuts and mulled wine from the chalets. Next, we donned our skates for Bath on Ice. I'm a natural. Didn't have to hold on to anything or anyone. There's so much to do in Bath. I'm already planning my next trip.
Discover the magic of Bath this Christmas. Plan ahead at visitbath.co.uk/Christmas.
On 3, our unlimited data is actually unlimited, like 4 reels. That means you can scroll and scroll and scroll through all the Black Friday deals.
Because we have no speed limits, no data caps, and you'll be 5G ready at no extra cost.
Wow, so many savings.
Our Black Friday deals are now on. Save up to £480. Switch to 3, in-store or online. See 3.co.uk/unlimited-data. Savings on selected phones on 24-month contracts. Ends 5th of December. Terms apply.
Each day you grab the keys, pop them in the ignition, and off you go without a second thought. But what if the unpredictable happens and you wake up with something like a flat battery? You'd have been better off if someone had checked it all out, right? But that's going to cost you. What if the cost was nothing? Book a free checkup online and our experts will complete a 29-point visual check and top up vital fluids, no matter what make of vehicle you own. And we're so confident in our checks, we'll also give you 20% off your next service. How's that for peace of mind? Visit your local Vauxhall retailer and quote VX20. T's and C's apply.
Hey NFL fan, can't watch the game? Can't be there? We've got you covered. With TuneIn Premium, you can listen to every NFL game live as it's happening.
LaShawn McCoy has an opening on the right side, punches into the end zone for the touchdown.
touchdown.
Or catch it later on demand.
Offset backs behind Mahomes. The give is to Williams. Starts right, cuts it back to the left, and blows into the end zone for the touchdown.
You call the plays. Follow the NFL anytime, anywhere, all season long with TuneIn Premium. Upgrade today.
Whether you call yourself a Democrat, Republican, Independent, or something else, the road to 2020 is on TuneIn.
What a night! And a complete earthquake. This was
Follow every step of the Democratic primaries while hearing the latest headlines from the White House with live 24-hour news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox News Talk, and more.
We're closing in on the first results in the battle for the White House.
Experience the election through the sources you trust with the nonstop news channels on TuneIn.
Network of news and financial information 24 hours a day. Powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. This is Bloomberg Radio. Now, a global news update.
Key House lawmakers get a closed-door review of the Intelligence Committee's report on its impeachment inquiry of President Trump today. The review comes as the committee prepares for a Tuesday vote to send the report to the Judiciary Committee. The White House last night rejected an invitation to be represented before the Judiciary panel's first meeting, scheduled for Wednesday. That wintry storm that made Thanksgiving travel miserable in the central and eastern United States has moved into the northeast now, as we hear from meteorologist Pedram Javahari.
The disruptions have been widespread. We know snow showers already coming down across portions of interior New England, and that is the area here where as much as 1.5 feet or more of snowfall could be expected within the next 36 or so hours.
Schools are closed across much of the region from New York to Maine already. The Baltimore Ravens are 10-2 after winning a matchup of two of the NFL's best teams, beating the San Francisco 49ers 20-17. Pre-market stocks showing gains this morning, with Dow futures leading on holiday sales up 78 points. I'm Michael Toscano.
Why all the top-tier experts? Because business is not a magic trick.
Give us a sense of the economic backdrop.
Bloomberg Markets.
Which financial records are these?
Weekday mornings at 10 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio. Bloomberg, the world is listening. Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at TikTok on Twitter. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm Nathan Hager. Wall Street futures are pairing earlier gains. Let's head right over to the First Word Breaking News desk for today's morning call with Bill Maloney. Good morning, Bill.
And good morning, Nathan. That's right. U.S. futures are trading off the session highs, but are still holding on to their gains. Trading higher helped by Chinese manufacturing data overnight. Dow futures currently up 44 points. S&P's gained 4, and NASDAQ futures climbed by 5.5. The U.S. 10 yield at 1.84%. Gold is down 5, and Japan rose 1% overnight. While European markets are trading mixed right now. Back in the U.S. on the economic front at 9:45, market U.S. manufacturing PMI, and at 10 o'clock, ISM manufacturing and construction spending. In the energy space, WTI jumped as much as 2.7% as Iraq signaled OPEC will consider deeper output cuts. And in other news, KeyBank said that Netflix should continue to struggle with subscriber trends amid the Disney streaming service. Wrapping things up, Altria was raised to buy over at Citigroup. Splunk raised to buy at Goldman Sachs. Dow Inc. was cut to equal weight over at Morgan Stanley. And Wells Fargo was cut to underperform over at Raymond James. Live from the First Breaking News Desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Nathan.
Okay, Bill, thanks. To hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type squawk on the terminal, SQUAWK. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Now, here's Michael Barr with a check of what else is going on around the world. Michael.
Thank you very much, Nathan. Key House lawmakers are being allowed a private review today of the Intelligence Committee's report on its impeachment inquiry of President Donald Trump. The review comes as the committee prepares for a vote tomorrow that would send the report to the Judiciary Committee. The White House counsel has turned down an invitation to appear before the panel's first meeting scheduled for Wednesday. Delegates from almost 200 countries start 2 weeks of global climate conferences in Madrid that seek to step up efforts to stop global warming. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres warns current efforts have been utterly inadequate. In the NFL, the Jets and Giants lost. The Redskins won. The Ravens beat the 49ers 2017. The Patriots and Raiders lost. In the NBA, the Knicks lost to the Celtics. The Nets lost along with the Warriors and Wizards. In the NHL, the Bruins won. Global news 24 hours a day on air and at TikTok and on Twitter. Powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg. John.
And Michael, 6:49 on Wall Street. We're live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studios. Time now to check on some of the stories out of our nation's capital this morning. Dive a little deeper. President Trump declining to take part in the House impeachment hearing. And joining us with more, Washington reporter Kathleen Hunter. Kate, good morning to you. As we heard, a counsel to the president responded. So what exactly did he say?
Well, essentially, the White House has reprised its argument, or version of its argument, that it's been making all along, which is that the process, they claim, is not being unfolding in a way that's fair to the president. And so essentially, what the White House counsel said is that they have no intention of participating in this hearing on Wednesday at this point, but he didn't rule out the possibility of participation by the White House down the road. This is kind of an initial hearing, and so it sounds like what the White House counsel is trying to negotiate is better terms for Republicans in subsequent hearings in terms of their ability to call and question witnesses, and they may be trying to withhold some of the participation at this stage to gain some leverage down the road.
Yeah, explain to me what that would be. This would be a panel made available by the committee to be questioned by the president's counsel?
Yeah, so we didn't see this, and this was one of Republicans' objections during the Intelligence Committee hearings. This is now moving into the next phase, which is in the Judiciary Committee. And part of what Republicans are seeking is the ability to call their own witnesses. And then also they would like for the White House counsel, and the White House counsel would like this too, to be able to actually cross-examine some of the witnesses that are called, to testify. And so make it more of kind of a back and forth and just give Republicans more of an opportunity to, set the agenda of the meetings, ask the questions, shape the narrative, that sort of thing. And so certainly that's something they're going to be looking to do going forward.
Okay, there is a report by the Intelligence Committee. How's that going to be handled? And what's the time frame for that?
Well, Intelligence Chairman Adam Schiff has said that he plans to turn over the report, which is expected to include some recommendations to the Judiciary panel, today or tomorrow, as soon as today or tomorrow, pretty much when Congress returns from its Thanksgiving recess, which it will this week. And so I think that's something everyone's going to be looking for, very keenly to see what's included in that. Now, Adam Schiff hasn't said that he hasn't foreclosed the possibility that his committee will continue to investigate impeachment, but the emphasis is certainly now moving to the Judiciary Committee, which does have sort of constitutional oversight of impeachment. And so they're going to be the ones that are going to begin looking now into the Democrats on that panel, into trying to kind of synthesize all of the different witness testimony that's been gathered over the past weeks and months and put that into a narrative that could move the impeachment process forward by drafting actual articles of impeachment.
Related to this, the next story, the impeachment wildcards that the president confronts in the Senate. There may be some surprises in store for him in the Republican-led Senate. What are they?
Absolutely. So I think that, among other things, such as the potential for new evidence and new witnesses to emerge, I think one of the most important things to keep in mind if this does get to the point where it's in a trial in the Senate is that Chief Justice John Roberts would be the one who's presiding. Now, he was appointed by George W. Bush, which we know, so by a Republican president. However, he is a bit of a wild card in terms of how he's ruled on various matters, his rulings on the Affordable Care Act, preserving that being one of them. And so I think that is something to kind of keep in mind. Now, of course, Republicans control the Senate, but, that doesn't necessarily mean that everything will break their way. And certainly, having Chief Justice Roberts presiding over some kind of a trial in the Senate would be a wild card that perhaps people haven't fully thought through at this stage.
Could a new witness or document emerge in a Senate trial?
Absolutely. And I think that's another thing that, we have to sort of keep in mind as a possibility that, while Republicans do, again, have the numbers in the Senate, that, that doesn't foreclose the possibility of a new witness or document emerging. And for instance, imagine the scenario where, former Vice President Joe Biden, now, a 2020 presidential candidate, is himself called to testify in the Senate. That certainly could bring up some new information and perhaps sway public opinion.
On to our next story. They're NATO meeting in London, and there's a show of disunity. This time it's not necessarily Mr. Trump.
Yeah, so in the first couple of years that Trump was in office, every time there was one of these sort of international meetings or meetings of international alliances and organizations, it was sort of the Donald Trump show. And that's really not the case anymore. When we see this NATO meeting coming up, there's disunity across the board. You have Emmanuel Macron, the French president, saying that NATO is exhibiting brain death. That was his quote, So I think that there's a skepticism about the utility and the health going forward of the alliance alliance that really, the military alliance that really has been the security umbrella for Europe since World War II. And I think that skepticism about, whether or not these alliances are working has spread beyond Trump, in part because of Trump's, derision for NATO and other alliances like that. But, now we're seeing conflict and tension between, the U.S. and Turkey, between the U.S. and other countries, between France and Germany. And so really the ties that have, connected the NATO allies to this point are much more frayed than they have been in the past.
And the Democratic nomination, the race for the Democratic presidential nomination, that's changed a bit this morning. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so we've, for a while it was sort of ticking up the different candidates that we saw enter the race. And then now we're starting to see people drop out who haven't been able to gain traction. The latest one of them is Montana Governor Steve Bullock, who this morning announced that he's suspending his campaign. He really had a difficult time with fundraising and also with gaining traction with primary voters. I think the initial sense was that because he's someone that was able to win statewide in a fairly Republican-leaning state, that he might be a good candidate to draw away some of Trump's base of support. But he just really hasn't been able to catch fire, and so it looks as though he's stepping aside now.
Kathleen, always a pleasure. Appreciate it. Bloomberg Kathleen Hunter. You can read more about these stories on Bloomberg.com or on the Bloomberg terminal. And a reminder, you can follow the latest on Bloomberg Radio in Washington. That's Bloomberg 99.1 and 105.7 FM HD2. Nathan.
Okay, John, thanks very much. It's just before 6:56 on Wall Street. Time for the Bloomberg Green Report. Here's Bob Moon.
Back in the 1980s, fast food chains tried to get Americans to demand more beef.
Hey, where's the beef? Where's the beef?
Has that ever changed?
We swear it's not beef. 100% Whopper and 0% beef.
For more than a decade, studies have piled on, accusing the beef industry of being a greenhouse gas-emitting machine, prompting farm state lawmakers to lament one big reason for the anti-meat wave:
the desire to rid the planet of methane gas-emitting cows.
By some measures, agriculture accounts for more global carbon emissions than the transportation industry. Now, American beef industry giants, including Tyson and Cargill, are promising ambitious reductions in emissions, including supply chains, up to 30% in a decade. Experts say technology can help lower emissions. Today, ranchers are able to produce the same amount of beef as they did in 1975 with 36% fewer animals. For now, beef consumption remains robust in North America, while meat eating in general is gaining globally. That's the Bloomberg Green Business Report. I'm Bob Moon.
All right, Bob, thanks. We're watching gains for world equities around the world following a strong Chinese manufacturing PMI, pulling back a bit now after President Trump said he'd be restoring tariffs on steel and aluminum imports from Brazil and Argentina effective immediately. He's accusing both those countries of devaluing their currencies and renewing his assault on the Federal Reserve, saying the central bank should lower rates and loosen monetary policy. S&P futures are higher by almost 5 points now. Dow futures a gain of 48, NASDAQ futures up 9 points. DAX in Germany, little change now. The CAC in Paris is lower now by 0.2%. 10-year Treasury down 18 seconds. The yield 1.83%. 2-year Treasury yield 1.63%. NYMEX crude oil up 2.5% or $1.38 at $56.53 a barrel. COMEX gold down 0.6% or $8.60 to $14.64.10 an ounce. The euro at 1.1009 against the dollar. Bloomberg Surveillance next with Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, and Lisa Abramowitz. This is Bloomberg.
On 3, our unlimited data is actually unlimited, like for reals. That means you can scroll and scroll and scroll through all the Black Friday deals.
Because we have no speed limits, no data caps, and you'll be 5G ready at no extra cost.
Wow, so many savings.
Our Black Friday deals are now on. Save up to £480. Switch to 3, in-store or online. See 3.co.uk/unlimited-data. Savings on selected phones on 24-month contracts. Ends 5th of December. Terms apply.
Get what you wanted this Black Friday. Sleek new laptop. Or one of those know-it-all smart speakers. So now is the time for Sky's superfast broadband. It's totally unlimited, powerful enough for all your gadgets. And it's just £27 a month for 18 months with $19.95 setup fee. Another great deal. Pause your new 4K games console and search sky.com. Sky Fibre areas, speeds vary by location, no traffic management policy. See sky.com. Prices may change during this period, terms apply.
This week at Tesco, buy 2 items from our chilled party food range, like tempura prawns or mozzarella sticks, and get a third one free. So for every 2 people you invite, you can ask another for free. But who? Linda from Accounts or Julio from Magaluf 2010? Tesco, delivering Christmas for 100 years. Cheapest item free selected stores while stocks last. Ends 1st of January.
Hey, NFL fan, can't watch the game? Can't be there? We've got you covered. With TuneIn Premium, you can listen to every NFL game live as it's happening.
LaShawn McCoy has an opening on the right side, punches into the end zone for the touchdown.
Or catch it later on demand.
Offset backs behind Mahomes. The give is to Williams. Starts right, cuts it back to the left, and blows into the end zone for the touchdown.
You call the plays. Follow the NFL anytime, anywhere, all season long with TuneIn Premium. Upgrade today.
Hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and at TikTok on Twitter. This is Bloomberg Radio. This is Bloomberg Surveillance Economics.
American economic power and future depends on trade deals.
In many of these countries, we're still seeing people struggling.
Finance.
We're in this vortex of uncertainty. These big companies, they just sometimes lack focus.
Investment.
The markets have become a little bit too addicted to the Fed.
Timing the market is just so difficult.
Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene and Jonathan Farrow on Bloomberg Radio.
From New York City for our audience worldwide, good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. Coming up on the program, have we seen the worst of it? Global manufacturing data showing signs of life. Bonds sliding with Chancellor Merkel's coalition partner pushing for looser spending, and EM under pressure as President Trump hits Argentina and Brazil with steel tariffs. From the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, hello Monday. Here is your Monday morning price action. Equity futures fade. We're positive, but well off session highs, up a little more than 4 points on the S&P 500. In the bond market, the bid sticks, the curve steepens, up 6 basis points on a 10-year to 184, up 2 basis points on a 2-year note to 163. What a busy Monday morning. Alongside Tom Keene and Lisa Abramowitz, I'm Jonathan Farrow. Tom Keene, where do you begin?
Where I begin is up, up, up. When I walked in, Dow futures out to record high. I mean, and there was a real pop to it off the China data, and the president just nailed that. We were up 12, even 13 SPX futures, and now we're up 5. He really took the stuffing out of it.
Equities fade then as the tariffs come on, but Lisa Abramowitz, the bond market sell-off continues, and there are many, many reasons for it this Monday.
Well, including the fact that Beijing has not taken a harder stance with respect to retaliation due to some of the Hong Kong tensions with the U.S., so that's part of what's doing it. What's interesting to me is also the dollar strengthening, despite President Trump talking in his tweet about the devaluation of other currencies, igniting some more talk of a currency war. The dollar is still reigning supreme.
I believe the Argentinian peso is down 60% through 2019 so far this year. We'll be talking about EMFX a little bit later in the program. A storm in the bond market, we'll get you up to speed on that too. And a storm, some weather you've got to grapple with this morning and through the next 24 hours as well. Stay safe out there. Let's get you up to speed, shall we? Here's Michael Barr.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Now, the tri-state area is under a winter weather advisory. Some areas under a winter weather warning. Here in the New York City area, we are expecting a mix of sleet and snow. Then later on this evening, it will turn all to snow, and we'll get about 3 inches of snow, but the evening commute is going to be a mess. And New Yorkers are being encouraged today to take at least any kind of mass transit to avoid being on the roads. But as of right now, we're looking at 3 inches. Up north and to the west, they're expecting more. Jonathan, Tom?
Thanks so much. And John, I notice a lot of schools are open, but all the afternoon stuff is canceled.
We'll be bringing you regular weather and traffic updates through the next couple of hours and through the day, of course, on Bloomberg Radio. Joining us here in New York City, I'm pleased to say, is Carl Weinberg, High Frequency Economics founder and chief economist. Carl, it's great to see you.
Good to be here, John.
Shall we begin with that data worldwide, out of China and out of Europe? Have we seen the worst of it? That's a question we've been debating over the last couple of weeks. What do you say in response?
Nah, not yet.
Not yet. Why?
You look at the China PMI, that's very nice. China, we know, has problems. They've got the pork holding back the consumer. They've got the trade stuff holding down industrial production. They've got secular changes in their growth, blah, blah, blah. That's all very nice. But when we look at the major economies in the world, and we look at the hard data, and we look at the stuff that economists should be focusing on, the front page of High Frequency's weekly notes on the global economy today is all about inventories. And inventories are at a near record high, other than during the financial crisis, in Germany, in Japan, in Canada, in Britain, in Europe.
What are those inventories? Are they just autos? Are they Mercedes lined up that they can't sell?
They're more than just Mercedes. It's too much to be just Mercedes, and certainly in Japan they don't have Mercedes lined up, and in Canada they don't have Mercedes lined up. And it's a backup of goods that have not been sold. And typical traditional economic theory says that when you have high inventories, companies cut back production and they fill orders out of stock.
So please give a narrative to this. Is this the global economy slowing, or is it a shift away from stuff toward other types of purchases?
Well, even if it is a shift, there's a mismatch between the amount of stuff they're making and the amount of stuff that's being bought. So while that mismatch occurs, companies will cut back on production, throw workers out of jobs, and that's how a recession begins.
Well, I guess my question is really, how concerned should people be about the recession in manufacturing? Is this a sort of telltale sign of a broader problem?
Well, heck, Lisa, we have a recession in manufacturing. Let's not give it a different name. Industrial production in Japan reported on Friday while we were all enjoying our turkeys, down 4.7% in a single month. European production flat, German industrial production down, British industrial production down. I mean, it doesn't get worse than that. We have one. The question is, when do we turn the corner? And I say that the way to use these inventory charts is to say, look, we're not going to emerge from this until these inventories are restored to more normal levels, and there's no sign of that happening. They're still rising. Now, you want to get philosophical about it. You could say, well, maybe too low interest rates or zero or negative interest rates in real terms makes it possible for firms to afford to to build up inventories rather than fire workers. It's cheaper to build up stockpiles than to fire somebody, and that's how we got into this mess. I'm not ready to say that yet. That'll be for the historians. But for where we are right now, as long as the inventories are still rising, I don't see an end to the industrial recession.
We've had 3 mini cycles through this expansion, out of 09, out of 12, and out of 16 as well. Coming out of 19, there's a belief that we're in the early stages once again of another mini cycle within this expansion. Carl, I can hear you pushing back against that, so put some more meat on those bones. Why is that the case?
The meat on the bones is that maybe, just maybe, what happened in 2008, 2009 isn't over yet. That if we look back to the Great Depression, everybody thinks, well, 1929, stocks failed, banks failed, everybody jumped out of windows and it was over. But it was a 10-year event with 3 distinct cycles of stock market crash, banking system failures, and economic recession, where the third one was the deepest of all of them. So I'm not so sure that we have adjusted our financial system, certainly not in Europe, certainly not in Japan, probably not in Britain, where the 2 biggest banks are still owned by the state, all right? And therefore, we are looking at really what history will record as a depression that runs about, so far, 12 years, and we still haven't bounced out of it.
Then why are equities up? I get all you're saying, and your newsletter, your research is acclaimed, both your China note, your U.S. note, your international, great. But I believe we're in the greatest mother of all bull markets. Is it a bubble because it's manipulated, or is it real?
Well, everybody talks about keeping interest rates too low for too long, creating a distortion of the allocation of resources, creating bubbles in markets. So we look at an investor, and where does an investor put their money, all right? With negative interest rates, bonds aren't attractive. With negative short-term interest rates, cash isn't attractive. Where do you put your money to work? So you either take on more risk, which increases the vulnerability of the system, that's the IMF's thing, or you buy stocks. So we have a wall of money going into stocks.
Right. And John, this was very important. One of the great insights last week in our conversations with Jeffrey Yu of UBS, and that the money is unmeasurable. That's waiting to go somewhere.
That's been the challenge of 2019. I think you can get the macro call right and then the market call very wrong. At the start of the year, if you called for a weaker global economy, you were right. If you called for lower global equity markets to go with that, you were dead wrong, looking at the performance of, say, Germany on the DAX and here in the United States on the S&P 500. Just a final word, Carl, if you may, on the prospect of fiscal stimulus out of Europe and out of Germany more specifically. We'll talk about this in a little bit more detail through the program, but Chancellor Merkel's coalition partner has a new leadership, and the new leadership would like some loosening of the black zero policy, the balanced budget. Do you see some loosening coming out of Germany anytime soon?
Well, I think there will be. I don't think it will be as much as we would like it to be. And the reason is that the new SPD leadership only has limited leverage in what it can do. They can bring the government down and have elections, conservatives, but the latest polls show that they're polling lower than the extreme right-wing parties. So if they pull the government down, they're out, and they're not going to get back in. So the pulling the government down would lead to a minority government, which is an untested political system within Germany. So I don't think they're prepared to pull the button on this whole thing. So they can negotiate some flexibility in order to keep peace and smoothness within the process, but it's not clear to me at all that they can get all of the fiscal stimulus that they want.
Carl Weinberg, great to see you this morning. Appreciate your time. High Frequency Economics founder and chief economist. And Tom, I think front and centre, that's going to be a big debate through the coming weeks. It won't be just the economics that dictate Germany's fiscal move. It will be the politics. And quite clearly the coalition partner of Chancellor Merkel is making a bit of a push in the last 24 hours.
And we announced this Monday, you and I will be going to London. It's 2 weeks of politics for London, the NATO meetings over the next 2 days with the president, and then on to the general election. And I mean, we're really down, we're not down to the wire, but we're really getting focused on that election, and Labour with a little bit of a lift over the weekend.
And the Lib Dems slowly fading, and as the Lib Dems fade, Labour with a little bit of a lift, and all of a sudden we start thinking, well, just maybe the prospect of a majority for the Conservative Prime Minister Boris Johnson faces a little bit of competition going into the back end of this race.
Honestly, I'm still watching the German Bund yields because I think your point about the coalition around Angela Merkel fading is huge, and the pushback and the prospect of fiscal stimulus there. But what you are seeing there is not necessarily a significant move in the short end. Longer term yields, though, in Germany did take a leg up.
And with yields up this morning, I want to emphasize futures pull back up 12, now up 5. But yields, as John mentioned, up 6 basis points, 1.83% in the 10-year, with a little bit of curve steepening this morning. This is Bloomberg.
And now for the news from New York City, here is Michael Barr.
John, Lisa, Tom, thank you very much. A second wave of winter weather will sweep through the tri-state area today. It will be a mix of sleet and snow before turning all to snow this evening in the New York area. About 1 to 3 inches of snow is forecast, but they are keeping their eye on the system. More snow is expected west and north. The White House counsel has turned down an invitation to appear before the first meeting of the House Judiciary Committee, scheduled for Wednesday. That committee is the panel of lawmakers who will review the Intelligence Committee report on its impeachment investigation and decide whether to draw up articles of impeachment against President Donald Trump. White House counsel Pat Cipollone denounces what he calls a highly partisan inquiry by House Democrats. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and at TikTok or on Twitter, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg, John.
Michael Barr, thank you, sir. Equity futures, they fade as the President of the United States slaps steel tariffs back on Argentina and Brazil. Equity futures remain positive by 5 points on the S&P 500. This is Bloomberg.
Why has J.D. Power ranked Commonwealth Financial Network #1 in independent advisor satisfaction among financial investment firms for the 6th straight time? We think it comes down to one thing: you. Because it's your input and feedback that keeps us focused on what's most important to you and your clients and continually pushes us to be the best we can be. Maybe that's why we receive top marks in every category of the J.D. Power 2019 Advisor Satisfaction Survey. They named us #1 in client support, #1 in firm leadership, #1 in operational support, #1 in compensation, #1 in professional development support, and #1 in technology support. Ready to partner with the best? Call Commonwealth at 866-462-3638 or visit commonwealth.com and feel the power. Member FINRA SIPC, a registered investment advisor. For 2019 J.D. Power award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
The lifeblood of tech startups isn't just money. It's executive and technical skills. The kind of skills that companies need to build real products. And the skills that venture capitalist Chris Sugden of Edison Partners sees in the graduates that are coming out of New Jersey Institute of Technology.
The amazing thing about NJIT is their graduates, they have multiple offers on average, not just one. They're coming out with real skill sets that are immediately hireable and available to them. I think we see an understanding by the faculty and administration at NJIT that we've got to train and educate the whole student, not just their, one side of their brain. And I do think that's sort of part of the DNA today. There's practical and there's sort of academia, and merging those two together and understanding that if we're going to have our young people go get great jobs and have great successful careers, they've got to have both sides of their brain activated. And I think we see that with NJIT.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
Tis the season to be hunched over your laptop. Not on our watch. In real life, you can fill your senses and your baskets. Feel all the sights, sounds, lols, and OMGs. Wear laughing emojis on actual smiley faces. Battery's running low. Take the kids to Santa's Grotto. In real life, you can find just the right present using the most advanced search engine in the world. Your eyes. We hunt in real life. Brent-Cross, London. Free parking for all sleighs and cars.
At Lidl, we're big on getting in the Christmas spirit with our award-winning 8-year-old Queen Margot blended Scotch whisky for just $12.99 and our award-winning range of Hortus Artisan gins and gin liqueurs from only $9.99. Big on a Christmas you can believe in. Now that's big on quality and always Lidl on price. Subject to availability, selected stores excludes an eye.
On 3, our unlimited data is actually unlimited, like for reals. That means you can scroll and scroll and scroll through all the Black Friday deals.
Because we have no speed limits, no data caps, and you'll be 5G ready at no extra cost.
Wow, so many savings.
Our Black Friday deals are now on. Save up to £480. Switch to 3, in-store or online. See 3.co.uk/unlimited-data. Savings on selected phones on 24-month contracts. Ends 5th of December. Terms apply.
Your old car, your loyal friend, so many memories. It's impossible to leave their side.
Until now, get £5,000 off a selected brand new Citroën when you trade in your old car.
Alors, out with the old, in with the new. Hello Citroën, hello comfort.
The Citroën Swappage. Trade in your old car for a brand new Citroën, including the award-winning SUV range.
Citroën.
Discount on OTR price of selected Citroens excluding C1. Registered by the 31st of December when trading in a qualifying vehicle. Not in conjunction with other offers. Search Citroen Swappage for full T's and C's.
Influential conversations from Bloomberg Television. Here's Yvonne Mann.
Actor and martial artist Juju Jang spoke to Bloomberg Live's Malika Kapoor about whether the success of films like Crazy Rich Asians and The Farewell has been a turning point for Asian artists.
Hollywood has had a pattern of having non-Asian people play the role of Asian characters. And that's a pattern that seems pretty hard to break. How far are we from a time when it's a given that Asian people will play Asian characters?
It really go back to the producers and the casting people and the investors, because they are having, Caucasian actors playing these roles are because of the star power. They believe these people can bring in the money, bring in the audience. That's why they will sacrifice casting some people who are actually ethnicity correct for the role, but they cast someone who is actually have a star power or name.
Correct. It's the bankability factor.
Yes. So after that, and actually producers right now are more careful. They will try to find people who are ethnicity correct for the role before reaching to like a star name. The best thing will definitely be getting a star name with the right ethnicity for the role.
Hear more interviews like this one on Bloomberg Television, streaming live on Bloomberg.com and on the Bloomberg mobile app, or check your local cable listings. Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at TikTok on Twitter. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And it is now 7:17 on Wall Street. Good morning, I'm John Tucker. Bloomberg Daybreak. It is out on customer terminals, bringing you all the news you need to start your day. Let's check the latest headlines with Hannah Jorge. She's at the Bloomberg Daybreak desk this morning. Hannah, good morning.
Good morning, John. Cyber Monday is set to shatter last year's record by 19%. According to Adobe Analytics, Black Friday already hit $7.4 billion in US online sales. China's factory sector is perking up. The official manufacturing PMI rose to 50.2 last month, the first reading above 50 since April. Iraq is signalling OPEC will consider deeper production cuts at its meeting this week. That's contrary to expectations that the group will stick with existing curbs. And President Trump arrives in London today for a NATO summit. He'll also meet with the Queen. For all the news you need to start your day, check out Daybreak on your mobile phone on the Bloomberg Anywhere app. John.
All right, Bloomberg's Hannah George. Thank you, Hannah. And we check the markets every 15 minutes throughout the trading day right here on Bloomberg. The Dow futures, they paired earlier gains right now up 48. The S&P futures are 5 points higher. That's up 0.2%. And the NASDAQ E-mini futures 9 points higher. That is up 0.1%. Right now, the 10-year yield at 183. That is up 6 basis points. And that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom, John, Lisa.
John Tucker, thanks so much. Futures up 5, Dow futures up 48. What a joy to wander in Oliver Chen with Cowen. He writes incredibly granular notes about big box and, of course, is well attuned to luxury retail, all the stores that you and your family and loved ones are going in, and we're thrilled he could join us here. I want to get away from all the roads, cyber this and cyber that. And there's like 8 ways to go here with the Tiffany merger. Let's cut to the chase on something everyone's talking about, which is women renting clothes. Does the income statement work in that business?
Yeah, what we're seeing is tons of growth here, 20% growth.
Revenue.
That being said, a lot of these business models are really focused on customer lifetime value, so they have to leverage a lot of fixed costs in terms of turning profitable, to answer your question.
Leverage fixed costs means they got to make a lot of revenue just to begin to be profitable, right?
Exactly.
Are they going to do it? Are they going to take enough social psychic market share of women in renting the runway to change your world forever?
Well, our forecast calls for 20% growth. You know, retail is struggling to be flat. So we forecast this to continue to grow. And what's happening in retail is really the Uberification of retail, which means rethinking clothing as a service. How do you rethink all material goods and other things in your life as services, including fashion and clothes?
So do you know how small my closet is at home because we're Uberifying?
We're Uberifying? So you're scaling back?
My closet goes...
Rent the Runway is where the focus is at the moment, Oliver. It's $159 a month for the unlimited plan.
Oh, listen to you.
But you get items with a retail value of up to $3,000. And from what I see with Rent the Runway, which has been a massive success, as I'm well aware, is that at $3,000, this is the high end of the apparel market. And I'm wondering whether this works for clothing at the lower end. As H&M tries this out in Sweden and others begin to make a push in the United States, can others do the same thing at a lower price point?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen business models like Castle. Castle powers many of the retailers like Bloomingdale's, Banana Republic, Scotch and Soda. And when they do this, this is a very profitable, high royalty model where you really use the inventory effectively. Running a platform like Rent the Runway, profitability is more of a question, but Castle and outsourcing a lot of these capabilities, it can be very profitable for both parties because you really need someone that operates a lot of the back office, operates a lot of the dry cleaning and capital intensity, and these retailers have to go where customers are going.
Yeah.
And this is an engagement play, too, with new customers coming to the table.
So the Uberification of retail definitely ongoing, but still people buying a lot of stuff. And this has been Cyber Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, year, decade. I'm trying to understand how to read the shift toward the online efforts and how we see the traffic declining in department stores. When do we hit rock bottom here?
Well, at different stores, we actually need to close more physical points of distribution. So it really depends on the retailer. Macy's, for example, needs to close, 50 and 100 stores in our estimation. What's happening is blending the channels. So what will actually be important this season, given their 6 fewer days, is the immediacy of the store, the buy online, pick up in store, both channels working together. At retailers like Target and Walmart, the unit story is fine because a lot is grocery. But for the foreseeable future, we see in-store traffic declining negative low single digit. That being said, you can convert at a higher rate given that when you go into the store, you're very purposeful. So it's about managing both channels, but at some retailers, it is about closing stores.
That's what Brandy Melville is when you go in the store at Brandy Melville, it's real purposeful.
Are you complaining about your shopping trips with your youngest?
You got that right. It's so done.
We can do that in a commercial break with Oliver. Oliver, let's talk about the successes of 2019. It is not just bricks and mortar versus online. For many, it's how bricks and mortar complements your online presence and how your online presence complements your bricks and mortar presence. Who's doing that really, really well at the moment?
Well, the reality of the future is curbside pickup. Curbside pickup is used by over 10% of America very, very quickly, and Walmart's been a real pioneer of enabling you to drive up, get your goods quickly, and leave. That's been a very successful technology because customers are satisfied, customers are spending double the check size, and it's a younger customer using it, it's a wealthy customer using it, and it's highly, highly convenient. So life in retail is about saving money, saving time, and curbside pickup elegantly merges the online and the offline, as well as mobile. Mobile is the new mall, so rethinking retail in the context of mobile is very important too.
I mean, speaking of mobile, I just got in, John, for you at Davos, Canada Goose. The Ericsson Parka, says John Farrell, $1,095.
You know, I love it when you're focused in the morning.
I am.
We've lost you after 24 minutes. You've just drifted away. It's Monday, Tom.
This
it's a big week ahead. Please get engaged. Just get engaged.
He's mobile shopping for you. He's trying to look out for you. He wants to protect you.
ISM's a little later. Payrolls Friday. Plenty of reasons to be interested.
Oliver Chen, thank you so much for being with us. Oliver Chen, Cowen Senior Equity Research Analyst. Happy holidays.
What's happy about it?
Retail's happy.
If you had a bad weekend,
Canada Goose is happy.
If you had a bad weekend,
I did not have a bad weekend. The tots did it
for a little bit. What's happened?
Yeah, there's a little bit of that.
Okay.
I'm shopping at Dead Elephant when this is all over. Futures up 4, Dow futures up 42. Nice risk on feel. Stay with us. John Farrell, Lisa Bremowitz, Tom Keene. This is Bloomberg.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Some sweet snacks will be sharing the cupboard. Hostess Brands has agreed to acquire Voortman Cookies from Swander Pace Capital for about $320 million in cash. That deal is expected to close in early January. The U.S. is restoring tariffs on steel and aluminum shipped from Brazil and Argentina effective immediately. President Donald Trump said in a Twitter post today that Brazil and Argentina have been presiding over a massive devaluation of their currencies, which is not good for U.S. farmers. The future is still pointing to a higher Wall Street open, although they have pared some of their earlier gains. Dow futures up 48, S&P futures up 5, NASDAQ futures up 10, NYMEX crude higher by 2.6% at $56.60 a barrel. Today is so-called Cyber Monday. Adobe estimates that online sales on this final day of the long holiday weekend will surpass $9 billion, and that would be a record. Gina Cervetti, Bloomberg Radio.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their business strategically. Yet, the most competitive managers in the market know with the right partner and a flexible operating platform, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
Determination and operational strength are both essential factors for growth in asset management. I'm Steve Meyer, President and Head of SEI's Investment Manager Services Division. We know that disruptive forces create opportunities around the world. If you see potential in change, our industry specialists will maximize SEI's integrated platform of data and risk management, global investment operations, compliance support, and investor services to position your asset management business for success. Come grow with us.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at seic.com/seize.
I've got to tell you about our beautiful city break in Bath. Midweek is the perfect time to beat the crowds. Just an hour and a half by train from London. It was so relaxing. We headed straight for Bath Christmas Market. Oh, I can still smell the roasted chestnuts and mulled wine from the chalets. Then it was time for glow-in-the-dark mini-golf. I got a hole in one. Well, 3. I'm a bit rusty, okay? There's so much to do in Bath. I'm already planning my next trip.
Discover the magic of Bath this Christmas. Plan ahead at visitbath.co.uk/Christmas.
On 3, our unlimited data is actually unlimited, like 4 reels. That means you can scroll and scroll and scroll through all the Black Friday deals.
Because we have no speed limits, no data caps, and you'll be 5G ready at no extra cost.
Wow, so many savings.
Our Black Friday deals are now on. Save up to £480. Switch to 3, in-store or online. See 3.co.uk/unlimited-data. Savings on selected phones on 24-month contracts. Ends 5th of December. Terms apply.
Tonight, TuneIn has your Monday night NFL football with the Minnesota Vikings at the Seattle Seahawks. Kickoff at 8:15 p.m. Eastern.
Thrown down the middle, caught, touchdown over the shoulder, back in the end zone, Snead! Wow!
At home or on the go, hear the home and away call of every NFL game this season on TuneIn Premium.
50, round 40, round 30, round 20, round 10. Back shoulder fade for Harry in the end zone. Caught it! Touchdown!
Upgrade today.
The swagger of a perfect dunk. The rush of a three made from all the way downtown. The adrenaline surge of great defense. Can you feel the goosebumps yet? There's nothing like live NBA and nothing like listening live on TuneIn.
Giannis down the lane of the rim, throwing right corner three. Another one.
TuneIn Premium brings you every minute of the NBA season so you can be there when it matters most. Never miss the action as it happens. Hear the ball you love. Hear it live on TuneIn. Search NBA today to start listening.
Want to hear about the latest and greatest things to listen to on TuneIn? For reminders of the biggest live sports games, debates, and breaking news stories, follow @TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to stay connected with the audio that matters to you.
Hey, NFL fan, can't watch the game? Can't be there? No biggie. With your TuneIn Premium membership, you already have an all-access pass to every team and every game in the league. Amazing, right?
Steps up, floats it towards, at the goal line, it's intercepted!
Listen live as the action unfolds or on demand when you can. Anytime, anywhere, all season long.
Right side, it is caught, it is in for the right side for the touchdown.
Search NFL today.
Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119 and around the globe. The Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
From New York City, this is Bloomberg Surveillance for our audience worldwide. We're live on Bloomberg Radio, 2 hours away from the opening bell. The news you need to know this hour. Global manufacturing looking a little brighter heading into year-end with a pickup in China and Germany validating calls that global growth may well be stabilizing. Elsewhere, President Trump reimposing tariffs on steel and aluminum from Brazil and Argentina. The president tweeted that both countries have hurt American farmers by devaluing their currencies. A little bit more on that a little bit later. And finally, Chancellor Merkel's government thrown into crisis after Germany's Social Democrats redrew the country's political map by electing a new leadership seen as a threat to the survival of the coalition. That fresh leadership making a push potentially for looser spending. Much more on those stories through the next couple of hours then right here on Bloomberg Radio. Let's get you some headlines from elsewhere, shall we? Let's say good morning to Michael Barr. Good morning, Michael.
Good morning, Jonathan. Good morning, Lisa. Good morning, Tom. A wintry storm that made Thanksgiving travel miserable in parts of the central and eastern U.S. has moved into the northeast at the beginning of the work week. Heavy snow, rain, or a mix of both is greeting commuters Monday morning along the eastern seaboard. The nor'easter is expected to drop 10 to 20 inches of snow by Tuesday morning from Pennsylvania to Maine. Now, here in the New York City area, we'll see a mix of sleet and snow, and it will all change to snow later this evening, leaving about 3 inches. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, speaking at the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change today in Madrid, is trying to outline a plan on the climate emergency. Guterres acknowledges the efforts of climate protesters and activists to act.
Millions throughout the world, especially young people, are calling on leaders from all sectors to do more, much more, to address the climate emergency we face.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi will be leading the U.S. delegation at the conference, despite President Trump's announcement that the U.S. would withdraw from the Paris Agreement. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and at TikTok, on Twitter, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg, Jonathan.
Michael Barr, thank you very much, sir. It's time now for the Bloomberg NBC Sports Report. Here is John Stashower.
John, Jets fans were giddy. The Jets had won 3 in a row, first time in 4 years. But in a game against 0-11 Cincinnati, back to reality. The Bengals have been coming closer. They were bound to win sometime, and they won easily, 22-6. Penalties hurt the Jets. They had 10 for over 100 yards. The Bengals called for only 2, and the Jets dropped to 4-8. The Giants have lost 8 in a row at MetLife. Aaron Rodgers, not surprisingly, whole lot better than rookie Daniel Jones. The Packers won going away 31-13. 4 touchdown passes for Rodgers, 3 3 interceptions for Jones. The Giants' record of the last 3 seasons is now 10-34. The 49ers and Patriots were both 10-1. They both lost on the road to AFC first-place teams. The Niners fell in Baltimore on a last-second field goal, 20-17. That's the Ravens' 8th straight win. And last night, a Patriots comeback fell short in Houston, 28-22. At the Garden, Celtics beat the Knicks 113-104. Jason Tatum scored 30 for Boston. Julius Randle had 26 for the Knicks. At Barclays, much improved Miami rallied past the Nets 109-106. Spencer Dinwiddie had 29 for Brooklyn. Greg Schiano is returning to his old job as the football coach at Rutgers. With the Bloomberg NBC Sports Update, I'm John Stankower.
John Stasher, thank you very much, sir. John, with the sport, you've had the news. Here's your price action this Monday morning. The equity market coming into the final month of 2019 with the S&P 500 up a little more than 25% and leaving behind the biggest monthly gain going back to June. You're still in cash.
Still in cash.
After a move
almost
like that.
Pulled the trigger last week. Almost.
Which would have been the peak.
Equity futures, yes, Lisa. I think Lisa's familiar with your market timing. Equity futures up around about 5 points on the S&P 500.
From our world headquarters in New York, drive careful out there. It is a Monday in the Northeast across much of the Midwest. Challenging. The Bloomberg NJIT STEM report brought to you by New Jersey Institute of Technology, transforming computing professionals into data scientists to meet demand in this fast-growing field. More at njit.edu/Jersey City. Here's Nathan Hager.
Tom, Jonathan, Lisa, good morning. Here's what's making news in science, technology, engineering, and math. On this Cyber Monday, the world's biggest electronic retailer is fine-tuning its delivery network. Amazon is testing a new inventory storage service to help meet its next-day shipping pledge without overcrowding warehouses or running out of product. The service is called Amazon Storage and Replenishment. It lets merchants stage inventory close to Amazon's delivery network so products can be replenished quickly. Documents reviewed by Bloomberg show the company's trying out this new service in Ontario, California. That's about 20 miles from its closest facilities. A high-risk, high-priced spacewalk continues today at the International Space Station. NASA astronaut Andrew Morgan and Luca Parmitano of Italy have ventured out to install new pumps on the $2 billion Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer. This is the third spacewalk in nearly 3 weeks to repair this cosmic ray detector. NASA says these spacewalks are like heart surgery. The device was never meant to undergo this kind of maintenance in orbit. And as nearly 200 countries gather in Madrid for a major UN climate summit, a group of U.S.-based scientists is in Puerto Rico documenting indigenous sites before rising sea levels wash them away. Researchers plan to use 3D images they've already taken to identify historic sites on the U.S. territory that are most vulnerable to hurricanes, erosion, and other intensifying natural disasters. The first site they've targeted includes a ceremonial center used by Taino Indians along the North Puerto Rican coast nearly 2,000 years ago. That is today's Bloomberg NJIT STEM report. I'm Nathan Hager. Tom, John, and Lisa.
Nathan, thanks so much. Futures up 5, up 12 earlier. 5 things you need to know to start your Cyber Monday. Brought to you by Portfolio Analyst, powered by Interactive Brokers. Savvy investors use Portfolio Analyst to create a consolidated view of their finances and check the health of their complete financial portfolio. Sign up for free. Do that at portfolioanalyst.com. John, you mentioned it earlier, China with a nice, beginning of the month, December 2 PMI lift.
Yeah, first reading above 50 for the official manufacturing PMI since April, and the non-manufacturing gauge, the highest since March. I will say caution just a little bit. The sub-index of new export orders did bounce back to a 7-month high, but it's still in contraction territory.
Then we get a pop, and then we get Trump tariffs. Trump tweets. And it was a plethora, a hat trick of tweets, as they say.
Well, he was talking about Argentina and Brazil and that they were devaluing their currencies and saying that as a result, he's going to re-implement steel tariffs on products shipped from their nations. To say, though, that they're actively devaluing their currencies sort of is an interesting way of framing the 60% decline.
Carl Weinberg made on live while they were coming out, and he tore the president to shreds. He says the agricultural commodities are traded in dollars. Their devaluation has nothing to do
and in effect,
the stuff.
What you're seeing is dollar strength on the heels of those tweets, and you're seeing emerging market currency weakness, and I do have to wonder how that's going to play into the equity story.
I'm sure Argentina would prefer that the peso wasn't down 60% this year and that they didn't have capital controls.
And it doesn't say the black market peso as well. Down a lot worse.
It's not looking good for Lamb. And to Lisa's point, EM really has not delivered in the rebound of the last month or so. Did not have a great November. That's a curious part of this market rebound, that EM hasn't really participated in a big way on both the FX side and a fixed income side.
First Bloomberg chart I looked at when we walked in this morning was the Dow Lift futures up 11, up 12 at the time. I mean, the wall of money into year-end is a huge deal.
But where the wall of money is going is interesting. We have seen it go into U.S. equities poised to have new highs today yet again. And you have to wonder, when will the U.S. not be the cleanest shirt in the dirtiest laundry bin, or whatever kind of cliche you want to put out there? When will it stop being that, and when will people start putting their money into EM?
And when we get that, that'll be the start of the dollar weakness story. When the global economy starts to pick up, when risk appetite worldwide starts to pick up in a more sustainable way, when people start to capitulate, if they are still bearish, that's when the dollar weakness comes through. Tom, I know you want to talk about Goldman. The FT report, avoiding a profitability target at the investor day. Many people thought we would get one. According to the FT reporting, we won't. The significance of that for you?
Huge deal. 6 months, a year from now, they'll be talking about this article and the follow-on articles to come. Basically, they're going to de-emphasize the retail push, swing back to a focus on their traditional businesses. Mike Mayo is quoted within the article from Credit Suisse saying, analysts really want this not to see targets. And it's huge. I can't imagine the internal battles at Goldman on this.
Well, there are several ways to read this. On one hand, it's emphasizing the investment bank. It's also emphasizing the here and now of the bank, right? And this is what one executive said in the article, that basically they want to show what the bank is now, what it will be later. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're pulling back from the consumer businesses, but the senior executive said that there was no chance that the consumer banking businesses would make any profit.
I don't buy it for
in the next 5 years.
It's a 10-year track record, 4.12% per year is what they have delivered. Their price to book value is an outrage. It's that simple.
Well, but the question is, what's their identity going forward at a time when you're not getting the fees that you used to, when you can't necessarily make markets the way that you used to? You have to find a new business model, and they've been struggling to do it.
Yeah, I see that. What did we learn in English football this weekend?
Over the weekend.
I listened to the Man City interview.
It's the serious part of the program, Lisa.
It was the transition.
I watched
it gets real.
I mentioned you over a beverage of my choice.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Norwich's stadium.
This is Norwich,
field, Norwich is gorgeous. It's this little
pronunciation
thing,
lesson too.
John, with the people right in the field.
Did you watch the game with Arsenal? Did you?
A little bit.
I thought you'd watch Spurs.
I thought Arsenal's had red jerseys.
Your tots with another exciting 3-2 win.
Well, I couldn't watch it. It was too tense.
Oh, okay. From New York City for our audience worldwide, you are listening to Bloomberg Surveillance. This is Bloomberg Radio.
Have you wanted to speak a new language, but you thought it'd be too hard or take too much time? Then go to Babbel.com, download the app, and try it for free. In just 15 minutes a day, you'll be on your way to speaking a new language in just a few weeks. And right now, you can try Babbel for free. Babbel starts out teaching you words and phrases by matching them with pictures. You won't believe how easy the interactive program is. Soon the sentences get a little bigger, and before you know it, you're having simulated conversations voiced by native speakers. And because Babbel is crafted by language experts and uses the spaced repetition method, in just 10 to 15 minutes a day, you'll be speaking the language of your choice with real confidence. With Babbel, you can speak a language. Just go to Babbel.com and start your first lesson in the language of your choice for free. Download the Babbel app or go to Babbel.com and try it for free. That's BABBEL.com.
Hey y'all, Jeff Foxworthy here. Now, if you've ever found yourself repeating the same thing over and over for 75 years, you might be Smokey Bear.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
That's why I'm filling in for Smokey to switch things up, because there's a lot more to say. And I should know because my grandfather was a firefighter. And one of the things he taught me is that the people that love the outdoors the most are often the ones accidentally starting wildfires, which means always BYOB. No, bring your own bucket to the campfire. And be extra careful with things like burning yard trimmings. Don't just walk away, or chances are you might be starting a wildfire. So for the love of the outdoors, go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
with the Bloomberg Business of Sports Report. I'm Michael Barr. Some soccer news.
On 3, our unlimited data is actually unlimited, like 4 reels. That means you can scroll and scroll and scroll through all the Black Friday deals.
Because we have no speed limits, no data caps, and you'll be 5G ready at no extra cost.
Wow, so many savings.
Our Black Friday deals are now on. Save up to £480. Switch to 3, in-store or online. See 3.co.uk/unlimited-data. Savings on selected phones on 24-month contracts. Ends 5th of December. Terms apply.
Your old car, your loyal friend, so many memories. It's impossible to leave their side.
Until now, get £5,000 off a selected brand new Citroën when you trade in your old car.
Alors, out with the old, in with the new. Hello Citroën, hello comfort.
The Citroën Swappage. Trade in your old car for a brand new Citroën, including the award-winning SUV range.
Citroën.
Discount on OTR price of selected Citroens excluding C1. Registered by the 31st of December when trading in a qualifying vehicle. Not in conjunction with other offers. Search Citroën Swappage for full T's and C's.
Tonight, TuneIn has your Monday night NFL football with the Minnesota Vikings at the Seattle Seahawks. Kickoff at 8:15 p.m. Eastern.
Thrown down the middle, caught, touchdown over the shoulder, back in the end zone, Snead. Wow!
At home or on the go, hear the home and away call of every NFL game this season on TuneIn Premium.
50, round 40, round 30, round 20, round 10. Back shoulder fade for Harry in the end zone. Caught it! Touchdown!
Upgrade today.
In the stock market and in life, everything can change from 1 minute to the next. Be the first to hear the latest money news and market trends with CNBC on TuneIn. Wherever your day takes you, listen to CNBC's full slate of programming, including shows like Fast Money, Squawk Box, and Mad Money with Jim Cramer. And when the next big business story breaks, CNBC lets you know with live updates and commentary. At the office, at home, or on the go. Search CNBC on TuneIn to listen.
Don't want to miss a second of your NFL team's next matchup? Let TuneIn remind you. Just make sure notifications are enabled on your phone and search for your team profile on the TuneIn app. Then, find the game you want under events and tap Notify Me. We'll send you an alert as soon as live coverage begins.
Full news 24 hours a day, on air and at TikTok on Twitter. Powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. This is Bloomberg Radio. Now, a global news update.
The House Judiciary Committee takes over from the House Intelligence Committee on Wednesday as the impeachment inquiry continues, but without any participation from the Trump administration. The White House last night rejecting an invitation to take part. Flights are being canceled in the Northeast, at least 180 so far, as winter tightens its grip from Pennsylvania to Maine. New Jersey, just the latest state to begin closing down this morning. Correspondent Miguel Marquez experiencing a wintry mix of snow, rain, and sleet in Albany, New York.
Here in the East, it has just been a brutal 24 hours. What started off as rain and then sleet turned to snow very heavily, and it's not over yet. They're expecting at least a couple more inches here, but in higher elevations, the Catskill Mountains, for instance, they're expecting as much as another foot of snow.
In a series of tweets, President Trump this morning accusing Argentina and Brazil of hurting U.S. farmers through currency manipulation. He says he'll slap tariffs on their steel and aluminum imports. Stock futures slightly higher on this Cyber Monday sales day. I'm Michael Toscano.
Deep understanding in record time.
$2 billion, not exactly what they were going for.
They're going to be profitable.
Bloomberg Business Week, weekday afternoons at 2 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio. Bloomberg, the world is listening. Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at TikTok on Twitter. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And 747 on Wall Street. Good morning. I'm John Tucker with the Bloomberg Business Flash, being brought to you by IBKR and CME Group. The new micro E-mini futures contracts are available at IBKR at the lowest commissions. Learn more at IBKR.com/CME Mini. New month, and it is a Monday. That means we got a host of PMI data from across the world, specifically China. Strong China Manufacturing Purchasing Manager Index reading, and that led to a higher the Dow, S&P, and NASDAQ E-mini futures. They were higher earlier. Right now, pairing some of those gains after President Trump said he was restoring tariffs on steel and aluminum shipped from Brazil and Argentina. Right now, the Dow futures up 42 points. That's up 0.2%. S&P futures, they're up 5. That's up 0.2. And the Nasdaq E-mini futures, 9 points higher. That is up 0.1%. The yield on the benchmark 10-year is up to 183. That's up 6 basis points right now. So definite risk on. Japanese yen 109.57. That is down about 0.1% against the dollar. We check the markets for you every 15 minutes during the trading day right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom.
Very good. John Tucker, greatly appreciate that. Right now, Greg Valliere with us, of course, writing for AGF and always with a very good economic political note. And we begin by saying Michael Bloomberg is principal owner of Bloomberg LP and, of course, of Bloomberg News, and I believe is dashing towards not the Iowa caucus as well. Greg, you write about Iowa this week. You nailed the Atlanta GDP now improvement. But on Iowa, Vice President Biden is spending an inordinate amount of time there. Is it a Biden last stand?
I have a hunch, Tom, good morning, that he thinks he has a chance to win Iowa. You've seen some slippage, obviously, from Elizabeth Warren. Bernie Sanders hasn't done that well. Buttigieg, well, he's 37 years old. I think Biden thinks he has a shot.
Okay, you nailed the chart here. Atlanta GDP bouncing back. I actually used that chart before I saw your note. We're on the same wavelength, Greg Valliere. What a bounce back in the economy. But is it a bounce back to electable subpar gloom, or is it a bounce back to morning in America?
Well, that's a good one, Tom. It's not morning in America, but I do think that all of the hysteria back in May and June about recession, inverted yield curve, we're all doomed, it didn't come true. And I think that all of this fear over a recession hasn't played out. I'll take 2%. It's nothing to write home about, but I'll take it.
I hate to say this, Lisa, but I've got to say this, that John Farrell was so far out front on the recession gloom call.
Yeah.
You were beating him to death, John. In the late spring, early summer, you were going
back to 2018.
You were going nuts on this. There's going to be a recession.
I don't know if I made the recession call.
Well, but here,
I'm not sure that was me.
But without any view on recession, with the idea that the economy is gaining a little bit of steam here, Greg, do you have a sense that it's going to be nearly impossible for the Democrats to beat President Trump, especially given the lack of cohesion in the party right now?
Well, we got a long way to go, obviously, Lisa. We've got almost a year still to go. But I would say that if the unemployment rate stays below 4, we'll get another number on Friday, probably around 3.5 again. That's going to make him awfully tough to beat. And then you're right. You look at the Democrats right now, and there's no real dominant front runner.
Greg, let's talk about the prospect of a repeat of 2016 and what that could mean for global markets. For me, it's something that's barely talked about. Let's say the Republicans do it again. The corporate confidence goes through the roof once more. What could that possibly mean for financial markets? What would be the big policy push that you can see on the horizon if that happened again?
Oh, I think for markets, it's going to be a realization the yields are way too low. That we're still around 180, I think, on the 10-year. I know the yields are up this morning, but I think signs of a significantly improving economy will push interest rates quite a bit higher.
Going into the Iowa caucus, a lot of people are talking about Pete Buttigieg and how he's become the surprise frontrunner there. And I'm wondering if he does win the Iowa caucus, regardless of what Joe Biden says, does that put him in a strong position to win the nomination, or is issues, particularly with the black communities, too much of a challenge to surmount?
Well, you nailed it. I think that African-American support for Buttigieg is negligible. That's a big problem for him. And as I mentioned, Elizabeth Warren has slid. If we split Iowa and New Hampshire, then we go to South Carolina, and I think that Joe Biden has a very good chance to win South Carolina. We obviously have an enormous day on the 3rd of March, on Super Tuesday, but it is way too early to write off Joe Biden.
Going forward, what do you think is going to be the biggest surprise in the Democratic candidate in the Democratic race at this point?
Oh, I think people dropping out. I think we'll see another 2 or 3 people who can't meet the December 19th requirements for the next debate.
Who?
Kamala Harris in particular, maybe Cory Booker. I think those 2 would be the most likely. And you got to ask the question, Tom Steyer spending this amount of money and still barely an asterisk, you have to wonder when he might throw in the towel. Same with Yang.
Hey, Greg, let's talk about impeachment proceedings a little bit as well, shall we? The prospect that the Democrats just have to pull the rug away from all of this and say that it's not going anywhere, that it's not going to be a success, and just close the whole thing down. How close are we to that happening, if you do think it will happen at all, Greg?
Not yet. I think it would be humiliating for them to say, "Oh, never mind. It didn't pan out." And I do think there's a lot of evidence coming out of Ukraine that makes Trump look very culpable. That said, this has not changed one vote. Every single Republican in the House will vote against, and I'd be shocked if there were more than 2 or 3 in the Senate who would vote to convict. So they haven't achieved their goal.
Well, Greg, it's not just about how it plays out in Congress; it's how it plays out in the court of public opinion.
Yep.
They're not bringing the public along, are they?
Great point. And it looks like centrist voters I talked to a lot of friends over the Thanksgiving holiday. They're sick of this. I'm sick of it. Everybody's sick of it. And they have not moved centrist voters 1 inch. In fact, maybe they've lost support for impeachment among the center.
So, Greg, this looks like a lose-lose proposition as far as I can see things for the Democratic Party and potentially for whoever the nominee is going into 2020. If they push this ahead, he doesn't get convicted in the Senate, they lose. If they drop it, they lose in the court of public opinion, forever pushing it. Can you see a positive outcome here in any way, shape or form for this party?
Well, let's not overlook the ability for Trump to inflict, self-inflicted wounds. I mean, he is often his worst enemy with unforced errors. And I wouldn't be shocked if this happens again, if he has a horrible tweet or says or does something that is controversial. So it's still way too early to make the call. And it's also worth noting, polls show that an overwhelming majority of Americans say they don't trust him.
I mentioned that Mr. Bloomberg is running. You mentioned Mr. Steyer as well and all the other candidates. I'm sure our audience, Greg, would like to hear your thoughts on the nascent Bloomberg campaign.
Well, there was a great piece in Politico late last week on how there is a plausible path for Bloomberg to become the nominee. It won't be easy, but if all of the major challengers look as weak as they do right now, there still is a path for Bloomberg.
I look at this, and I guess the path is 4 state, I'll call them primary caucuses, and then Super Tuesday. Describe how original this Super Tuesday is compared to the previous efforts.
Well, here's the big change, Tom. In the old days, California was the last primary. Now it's going to be in Super Tuesday. Whoever wins California, I think, emerges from that night as the front runner. Still got a long way to go. But, I mean, Buttigieg could win, Elizabeth Warren could win, Bernie could win, Biden could win, but I think there's a chance Bloomberg could do very well in California.
So we talk about the politics side of things. I'm curious about the market impact, because you mentioned impeachment, you mentioned the elections. What's the most market-moving event here that people who are actually trading should care about?
Oh, China. I think that's, if we got a deal in the 15th of December is crucial for maybe more tariffs. If we get a deal in the next couple of weeks, this market's going higher. If the deal falls apart, maybe we just stall out. But again, as we said at the beginning, I think the big story is that we have avoided a recession.
Greg Valliere, thank you so much. Greatly appreciate it. And again, I want to emphasize that Mr. Bloomberg is founder of Bloomberg LP and, of course, sole owner of this Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg Television shop as well. John, the market, December, lower volume. Would you suggest I'm right to say it almost effortlessly finds a bid? I mean, that's the history.
That was certainly the story of last week, and many people thought that might be the story of last year and how dead wrong we were going into a really, really ugly December. And I will say, I think the scars of December 2018 still deep.
Totally,
for many people in this market.
Agree, and I heard that this weekend from people.
Yeah, although there is this sort of shift toward more optimism, particularly about trade, particularly with the conciliatory tone out of Beijing, even in the face of the Hong Kong bill. I think that actually cannot be underemphasized, given the fact that people have dismissed the Hong Kong tension as a potential obstacle for a trade deal.
129.34 sterling, that's elevated, isn't it?
We've had a massive move off the lows of early September, Tom, of in and around 120. We haven't really moved since then. We got from 120 out to 130, and we've stayed there really over the last couple of months without really breaking out once more. We need to see a political path towards a majority. Perhaps we'll get one for the Conservatives in 2 weeks' time, and then understand how we resolve the outstanding issues with the EU. Do it quickly and perhaps move on.
That begins December 13th, right?
That begins right away if we have a majority for the Conservative Party. If we have a hung parliament, so to speak, again, then the uncertainty makes a comeback.
Let me do a data check here. Yen weaker 109.56, Euro stasis 110.17, Euro yen, what the pros look at, take out the dollar, 120.70. In America, in Texas, SPX up 6. This is Bloomberg.
So, on Monday I left work at 5:36 instead of 5:30. Wednesday was 5:41. Yesterday I made the whole team a cup of tea. And today I lent someone my stapler. Do I deserve this? Yes, I think I do.
Go on. Treat yourself to an O2 Black Friday deal. We've slashed our prices by up to £300 on selected handsets. You know you deserve it. Search O2 Black Friday.
It's 4th of December 2019. O2 refresh credit by Telefonica UK Limited. Eligibility and terms apply.
Tonight, TuneIn has your Monday night NFL football with the Minnesota Vikings at the Seattle Seahawks. Kickoff at 8:15 p.m. Eastern.
Thrown down the middle, caught, touchdown over the shoulder, back in the end zone, Snead. Wow!
At home or on the go, hear the home and away call of every NFL game this season on TuneIn Premium.
50, round 40, round 30, round 20, round 10. Back shoulder fade for Harry in the end zone. Caught it! Touchdown!
Upgrade today.
On his podcast, The Pitch, Josh Muccio follows real entrepreneurs as they pitch to real investors for real money.
So I launched Sun and Soul Foods with a mission of making simple whole food eating more accessible to people living a really busy on-the-go lifestyle. So I'm here today raising $600,000 so I can make this world a healthier place, one bite at a time.
Very cool.
Yeah. So I'll hand out some snacks.
Wonderful. On a new pod club, the host shares some of the podcasts he really loves. Go to podcast on TuneIn to check out The Pitch to see Josh's pod club picks.
World 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and at TikTok on Twitter. This is Bloomberg Radio. This is Bloomberg Surveillance Economics.
The good news is the economy is strong. The bad news is the economy is strong.
Financial crises take a really long time to recover from.
Finance.
The strong job market's pulling people back in.
You can't have for very long, monetary union without a fiscal union.
Investment.
What we preach is extreme diversification.
It's hard to have sustained productivity without capital investment.
Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene and Jonathan Farrow on Bloomberg Radio.
Good morning, everyone. John Farrow and Tom Keene with Lisa Abramowitz on a Monday. We really begin 2 weeks of coverage. John and I dashing over to London for the general election. We'll do that here in a bit. Lots going on. The NATO meetings. When's the president leave? Today?
He
Tomorrow?
leaves today.
Today? Goes over, and the whole thing is, John, this really goes right to the heart of the matter. They're going to do everything so that Prime Minister Johnson doesn't meet with President Trump.
They'll be meeting. There just won't be a news conference together. There won't be a Q&A session together with the press. There will be separate news conferences. That is my understanding of how this will play out.
Does the President of the United States walk behind the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom when they meet?
I have no idea what the walking order is when these events happen, Tom. I'll try and find out for you in the next 24 hours.
I noticed that the assistant coaches of Tottenham were walking behind.
You think Jose Mourinho's making an appearance?
He was walking in front of all of them.
This is meant to be quite ceremonial for the anniversary of NATO.
Yeah.
We're not meant to get too many policy pushes from either direction, but just the idea, the optics of some of these individuals in this room at the moment, the Turkish president with the French president right now, who are throwing dirt and mud at each other, where the president of the United States fits into that at the moment. It's really complex.
It's not just President Trump, though, that's throwing the sand in the gears here, because it really is Emmanuel Macron, France's president, etc. Also not necessarily going toward the world order of the past, so kind of creating some tension, I think.
Maybe a little better EU economy as well. We saw that in China. Futures up 12, up 13. And then for those of you just waking up in the snow of America, a little bit of a pullback, up 5 right now on futures off of presidential tweets. We'll get to that. Bloomberg Surveillance on a Monday, brought to you by Cohn-Resnick. Transform your tax game. The Cohn-Resnick team can help dealmakers develop a winning tax strategy. Visit Cohn-Resnick.com/ tax insight. It is about foreign exchange. It's about dollar dynamics as well. And John, I mean, yen just is a great mystery. 109.53, euro 110.24.
Got to talk about the euro and the prospect of fiscal easing. Merkel's finance minister, his bid to lead the SDP arm of her coalition failing. Party members voting to install Norbert Walter Borjans and Saskia Esken, both who have been very vocal about this coalition. And one of them referring to breaking the possibility of Merkel's coalition, saying the following: I never said we need to leave. We must improve the policies and perhaps loosen the black zero. That was Walter Borjans referring to the possibility of more fiscal easing. Vasilios Giannakos joins us now, Bank Lombard ODA, Global Head of FX Strategy. So Vasilios, talk to me about the prospect of fiscal easing out of Germany.
Well, look, John, I think overall fiscal easing by Germany would be precisely what Germany and the euro area more broadly needs right now. So I think if indeed we start seeing the market pricing in that with a higher likelihood, there's no question in my mind that these would actually be unequivocally good for euro area assets and the euro. Whether it will actually be implemented or not, I think that's an entirely different question. I think the recent developments do suggest that there might be a marginal increase towards this direction.
Vasilios, I think we've got a bit of a problem with your line at the moment, so just give us a couple of minutes and we'll re-establish that connection with you over the next couple of seconds. But Tom, this is a key part of the European story. Many people were looking for fiscal easing. They believed it would happen because the German economy is rolling over. A bad economy is not sufficient to get easing out of Germany. You need a shift in the politics. And I think the last 24 hours is quite significant in that regard.
Our government team in Berlin was brilliant. I said to them, how left is the left of the SPD? And they said it was Clinton-esque, not Sanders-like. I mean, their left definition over there is totally different than ours.
And I want you, Vasilios, to weigh in on this, because I think we do have your line back and it's better. But I'm looking right now at the reaction in markets to this development with the potential now, the renewed potential for abandoning the balanced budget credo. You're not seeing that much of a move. Is this basically the market saying, we've seen this story before, we don't believe, even now, there's enough political will to push fiscal stimulus through?
Well, I think the market is playing it from the sidelines largely. What we had was a vote, which will have to be confirmed formally next weekend at the SDP party conference. And at that stage, we're going to get a bit more clarity of exactly how the SPD would like to move forward. Because let's not forget, now both Borjan and Esken, they don't really attract or they don't really have the political standing that Scholz has. So it still is a big question mark in my mind how they're going to crack on and proceed from here. I think it's very unlikely that they are going to say we do nothing, and the most likely outcome is they're going to say that we're going to kick off some renegotiations. But then again, you have to see how the CDU plays it. Will they play it from a position of strength, because they are very much aware that the SPD is really trailing in opinion polls. I mean, currently we're talking about popularity of about 14%, which is very, very low. Or whether the CDU will say, fine, let's sit on the table and start contemplating what the changes are going to be. I think the main argument you're getting from here is that on the whole, we seem to be moving in a direction where Germany might rethink its overall fiscal stance, which of course includes the black zero and the constitutional debt break. There are still hurdles in the way, but if we make some more decisive steps, and let's not forget, it's not just about the SPD, it's also about the Greens, right? Because if we get a complete breakout, we can have a snap election, or we could have a coalition between the CDU and the Greens. And in that scenario, the possibility for a fiscal spending rises even further, because the Greens have been far more vocal compared to the SPD. You get all that. You have a high level of uncertainty, a lot to clear from here. But I think on the whole, there is a small sense that we may be moving in the direction of more fiscal spending. Now, I don't think the market is willing to buy into that yet, plus because you still get the trade negotiations ongoing. Let's not forget that has been the main thing that has affected the dollar and the euro. But I think on the whole, the prospects are looking a bit better, a bit firmer for the euro going into 2020.
This story, one ingredient for the recipe to cook up higher yields, and that's what we see this morning, along with another ingredient, better economic data. It faded a little bit in the last couple of hours after the president started to tweet, Vasilios, about Brazil, about Argentina, about hitting them with steel tariffs, and then complaining about the Fed needing to lower rates. And if you can join the dots, I think in the middle of all of this, at the epicenter of this debate, is the resilient US dollar. Just what is behind that, Vasilios?
Right. So let me say this, and then I'll tie it to what I think Trump is thinking about China, if that is at all possible, by the way. Well, I think the first phase of dollar appreciation occurred between April 2018 and November 2018. That was the time that we started the flaring up of trade tensions, and in tandem we saw yields higher. And that basically created the big divergence between the U.S. and the rest of the world. And the good thing about the U.S. is that they had the fiscal buffer to fall back into, and that basically created the U.S. exceptionalism. And in 2019, what happened is that the dollar, although it was overvalued, now we may argue on the degree of overvaluation, although it was overvalued, it stayed overvalued, stayed resilient because the trade tensions remained and the divergence between the U.S. and the rest of the world carried on. This time, however, we seem to be seeing a bottoming out in manufacturing. And the other thing, as far as the U.S. and China negotiations are concerned, and again, although I will not pretend that I know what the U.S. president thinks, at the very minimum, I can assume that he is aware of the fact that now, if he escalates things from here with China, I'm not talking about Brazil or Argentina, he's not going to have the fiscal buffer to fall back into.
Vasilios, thank you so much. Vasilios Giannakis with us here with Bank Lombard ODA this morning on foreign exchange. And, I'll get it. It was 3, 2, 1. Yen. Y-E-N.
We're live.
Yen is the litmus paper.
We're live. This is not pre-recorded. You don't get another take.
Gargoyle. Boy,
this is live?
This is live.
I didn't know
this goes out live. Couple of seconds of the delays, I think, just in case you swear accidentally. But this is live as far as I know. Carry on.
Really?
Yeah, you've got this. You've got this.
Yen 109.54 as well. Backed up. They do that okay?
Really well.
Thank
you.
you.
Nicely.
Thank you. Futures up 4 now. Futures up 41. The good news is the Lions didn't play this weekend. Does anybody not play in Premier League? Do you have an off weekend? Like if everybody
when there's an international break. When there's an international break.
But if they all play like this weekend,
get a weekend off.
One or two teams don't get a weekend off.
Are you calling the Lions slackers? You are.
Yeah,
that's basically what you're doing. Those are fighting words.
Yes, we lost on Thanksgiving.
I just want to bring that up just to,
Why do they only play 16 times in a regular season? What is that about? Why is the season so short?
Oh my goodness.
Do you know what the body punishment is for that?
Yeah,
Have you ever watched a game of rugby? Do you think they only play 16 times a year?
How long do they last?
How long do they last?
Yeah, how long do they last?
As professional games?
Yes.
Forever.
Into their 30s. The games last 80 minutes.
It's rough. The Lions. This is Bloomberg.
And now for the news from New York City, here is Michael Barr.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Tom. Governor Andrew Cuomo has directed some New York State employees in Albany to stay home as the storm sweeps through the Northeast, bringing heavy snow, black ice, and blustery winds. Snow, sleet, and freezing rain swept into New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and much of New England. In the New York City area today, a mix of sleet and snow is forecast. It will turn to all snow later this evening. About 3 inches is forecast. New Yorkers are being urged to use mass transit today. China says it will suspend U.S. Navy visits to Hong Kong and sanction a range of pro-democracy non-governmental organizations in retaliation for the passage of legislation supporting human rights in Hong Kong. Montana Governor Steve Bullock says he is ending his Democratic presidential campaign. Global News, 24 hours a day on air and at TikTok, on Twitter, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg, John.
Michael Barr, thank you very much, sir. Equity futures up just 4 points on the S&P 500, positive a little more than 0.1%. From New York, this is Bloomberg.
Startups and research universities like New Jersey Institute of Technology are fueling the innovation economy. And few people are better positioned to see what's on the horizon in New Jersey than physicist and state representative Andrew Zwicker.
How technology is transforming our financial sector is revolutionary, and so much of that is in New Jersey. We are innovators when it comes to agriculture, and there is opportunity now for great transformation in how are we going to grow food in an ever-growing population, and how do we turn urban centers into agricultural centers. Autonomous vehicles is another one where we have some of the world's leading experts, and how this will transform how those who are either elderly or are visually impaired or mobilely impaired can start to use autonomous vehicles to transform their lives and have access to transportation they could have never had before.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu/research.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their businesses strategically. Yet the most competitive managers in the market know with the right partner and a flexible operating system, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
Determination and operational strength are both essential factors for growth in asset management. I'm Steve Meyer, President and Head of SEI's Investment Manager Services Division. We know that disruptive forces create opportunities around the world. If you see potential in change, our industry specialists will maximize SEI's integrated platform of data and risk management, global investment operations, compliance support, and investor services to position your asset management business for success. Come grow with us.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at SEIC.com/seize change.
This winter, there's no place like Wicked, the award-winning West End musical. Discover the incredible untold story of the Witches of Oz and how one came to be called good and the other wicked. Wicked at London's Apollo Victoria Theatre. Extra shows added for Christmas.
For the independent bookseller who found you that first edition.
For the baker who brings the smell of freshly baked bread to your door.
And for the barista who never needs to ask your name.
We've all got a part to play.
Every little tap keeps your high street alive.
And helps your communities thrive.
So if you love where you live, shop small.
Shopping on your local high street can make a big difference. Shop small. Only by American Express.
At Lidl, we're big on getting in the Christmas spirit with our award-winning 8-year-old Queen Margot blended Scotch whisky for just $12.99 and our award-winning range of Hortus Artisan gins and gin liqueurs from only $9.99. Big on a Christmas you can believe in. Now that's big on quality and always Lidl on price. Subject to availability, selected stores excludes an eye.
On 3, our unlimited data is actually unlimited, like for reals. That means you can scroll and scroll and scroll through all the Black Friday deals.
Because we have no speed limits, no data caps, and you'll be 5G ready at no extra cost.
Wow, so many savings.
Our Black Friday deals are now on. Save up to £480. Switch to 3, in-store or online. See 3.co.uk/unlimited-data. Savings on selected phones on 24-month contracts. Ends 5th of December. Terms apply.
Stations from Bloomberg Television. Here's Tom Keene on Bloomberg Surveillance.
Steve Sadoff joins us right now with your heritage in retail, running Saks Fifth Avenue, all the work you've done across Aramark and the others. The answer is, are the French going to own it all? That's the New York question today. I've got Van Cleef is Richemont, I think, and now I'm going to have LVMH at Fifth Avenue. Are they going to own it all?
Not all of it, but they're going to certainly own a lot. The LVMH acquisition of Tiffany is going to, I think, be transformational for Tiffany, certainly. I think Tiffany is a great brand, but LVMH has done a terrific job of what I call good, better, best. They've been able to expand the consumer base of all of the brands that they work with. Take Louis Vuitton, for example. It's elegant, it's aspirational, but it's also at the entry price point of luxury. So I think LVMH does a terrific job with these businesses. And Tiffany, I think they have opportunity in expanding it in Asia to strengthen the business. They want to build the jewelry business in the U.S. Tiffany, I think, has a great opportunity to expand globally. and for Louis Vuitton to really build its presence in the United States. Investing in the jewelry business, I think, is a good one for LVMH.
Hear more interviews like this one on Bloomberg Television, streaming live on Bloomberg.com and on the Bloomberg mobile app, or check your local cable listings. Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at TikTok on Twitter. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And it's now 8:17 on Wall Street. I'm John Tucker. Let's head over to the First Word breaking news desk right now for today's morning call with Bill Maloney. Good morning, Bill.
And good morning, John. U.S. futures have faded from their highs, with Dow futures now up just 19 points. S&P futures are up 2, and NASDAQ futures are down by 2. The U.S. 10-year yield at 1.83%. Gold is down 6, and Japan rose 1% overnight, while European markets are trading lower, led by 1% losses in Italy. Back in the U.S. on the economic front at 9:45, market U.S. manufacturing PMI, and at 10 o'clock, ISM manufacturing and construction spending. In other news, KeyBank said that Netflix should continue to struggle with subscriber trends amid the Disney streaming service, and Intel's price target was raised to 70 over at Bank of America. Wrapping things up, Altria was raised to buy at Citigroup, Splunk raised to buy at Goldman Sachs, Dow Inc. was cut to equal weight at Morgan Stanley, and Wells Fargo was cut to underperform over at Raymond James. Live from the First Word breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. John?
All right, Bill, thanks a lot. And here, live breaking news over your Bloomberg type squawk on your terminal. Right now, it is 8:18 on Wall Street. Again, the Dow futures up 22, S&P futures up 2, and the NASDAQ E-mini futures are 2 points lower. We check the markets every 15 minutes throughout the trading day right here in Bloomberg. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. I'm John Tucker. Back to Tom, Lisa, and John.
John Tucker, thanks so much. The Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studios here. Futures again giving way, up 11, up 12, now up 2. They just ebbed away through the morning. John Farrell, what is so important to understand is you always have to have a beacon into English football. One night I had to find American football in London. That was a battle. The Oscar Wilde Irish pub in Berlin.
That was not where I thought he was going to go. You always have to have a beacon into...
in Germany to watch English football.
Berlin.
The Oscar Wilde Irish pub.
Okay. I didn't know that. I've got to be honest with you.
You know, when we're there, you know, we can do it.
We're going to Berlin.
We're doing a Berlin show.
When are we going to Berlin?
I don't know. I'm working on it. April,
okay.
May. Chad, with us right now out of Germany. Why don't you bring him in on the German politics? I think you're more up to speed on SPD and CDU, the alphabet soup.
Well, Chad is more up to speed than any of us, so I'm happy to say that Chad Thomas is with us, Bloomberg Western Europe managing
I'm happy to have
editor
you guys
at the pub
for a show at the pub. Yeah,
I would love to. We could do the show at the pub, Chad. That's a very different show. Then I could drink too. Because at the moment, it's just Tom that gets to drink.
Yeah.
And I would love to have a drink on the programme as well. Chad, let's move on. Let's talk about the coalition and Chancellor Merkel's coalition. How fragile is the situation at the moment?
Well, at this point, we're basically waiting to see what the SPD, these new leaders who have been elected over the weekend, what they're going to demand of Chancellor Merkel's government. They're meeting later this afternoon, and we're likely to hear more tomorrow about what it is that they want out of Chancellor Merkel and her party, the CDU, in order to stay in the government. We're already getting some hints, though, about some of the things they're going to demand. They're talking already about more money for climate change. They're talking about a higher minimum wage. And they're also saying that the Chancellor has to be ready to well, you know, guys, listen to this, to consider stimulus and to abandon the balanced budget. So how this actually all plays out, we're hearing from the other side, from the CDU, that these are all red lines for them. So there's going to be a lot of horse training and barbs back and forth this week as the Social Democrats head into their party conference this coming weekend.
Chad, can you paint this with a bigger brush in view of how sentiment within Germany is shifting away from the focus on fiscal prudence and balanced budget towards something that moves the economy out of this slow and slower growth that we've seen?
Well, there really is sort of a split within Germany and within German society around this topic. Germans are very, as you know, fiscally prudent people, and this is something that the Christian Democrats, Merkel's party, have really clung to, and it's something that has been very beneficial for them from a campaign perspective. However, if you look at some of these other parties like the Social Democrats, if you look at the Greens are actually surging in popularity in Germany. Of course, the big surge has to do with their climate change initiatives or initiatives to fight climate change, but they also are ones calling for more stimulus in Germany. So you're starting to see sort of this split in the population in terms of those traditional values around not spending more, and others saying that they need to do more in order to spur on the economy.
Chad, is it as simple as saying we need to do more, we will do more, or do you have some constitutional pushback with the debt break, the fiscal break over in Germany? Just walk me through the rules, the regulations, so to speak, if I can use that word, that prevent them from doing so even if they want to.
Yeah, so in the last crisis in 2008, when they did actually spend a lot of money to get out of the global recession that we had then, they put in place, John, as you know, this what they call debt break, and that's constitutional. That's something that basically prevents them from going in and spending money until they're in essentially a bit of a crisis situation. So right now, we don't have a recession in Germany. The growth is minimal. Yeah. But until they fall into that recession, the way things are set up now, they're actually not allowed to do that. Of course, there's a little bit of wiggle room there, but
not much. They got a whole bunch of strict laws on fiscal. Chad Thomas, thank you so much in Berlin. John, I did a chart. I stumbled on the chart this morning. France GDP compared to German. It's rare. I didn't realize how rare it is to have France GDP higher than German GDP. They're both miserable now, but you know, the Macron-Merkel derby is Macron is winning right now.
Yeah, the data's been better. We've seen that in the PMIs over the last couple of months as well. Look out for ECB President Christine Lagarde. She will testify before the European Parliament, in around about 37 minutes time or so. Big conversation about a review of the ECB's policy framework.
I don't have a straight answer, John, on how ECB intrudes into this discussion.
So the mandate at the ECB is price stability. It is not below but close to 2%. That is how the ECB itself defined its mandate. So whether they redefine how they approach their mandate with, say, an inflation goal of 2%, just 2% flat, or a band leaser, that's going to be the debate in the coming months, I think.
And it's going to be interesting to see whether the German pressure against having a little bit more of an active role with fiscal or other types of stimulus will wane, given what's going on in the latest. The other thing I will say, it's going to be really interesting. I'm looking at 10-year German bond yields rising substantially on the heels of the news. How much is this going to be this push-pull? You get fiscal stimulus, you get a bond sell-off, it becomes a problem.
Did you choose this song? Is this one of yours?
No, it's a great song. You know.
Okay. Who is it?
Who's this?
Who is it?
Who do you think this is?
Who is it?
The Clash? This is Greg Allman.
I'm joking, Tom.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Looks like a higher open to kick off the month of December, although the stock futures have pared some of their earlier gains on tariffs by the U.S., overshadowing solid factory data from Europe and China. President Donald Trump said he was restoring tariffs on steel and aluminum shipped from Brazil and Argentina. He also renewed his attack on the Fed, saying the authority should lower rates and loosen monetary policy. Dow futures up 42. Crude oil is climbing up 2% at $56.27 a barrel. It's so-called Cyber Monday, and Adobe Analytics expects a record $9.4 billion in online sales on this Monday after Thanksgiving. Meanwhile, Amazon is gearing up for the online holiday shopping season by fine-tuning its sprawling delivery network to make sure your orders arrive on time. It's testing something called Amazon Storage and Replenishment, which lets Amazon merchants stage their inventory close to the retailer's delivery operation so products can be replenished fast. Gina Cervetti, Bloomberg Radio.
Imagine being denied an apartment because of your religion, or your race, or because you have children, or a disability.
It's so wrong.
Yes, but who has the power to stop this?
You do. Each of us has the power. The law is on your side. It's illegal for landlords to discriminate because of race, color, religion, sex, national origin, disability, or familial status. If you suspect that you have experienced housing discrimination, file a complaint with HUD immediately so we can investigate it. Fair housing is your right.
Use it.
To learn more, Visit HUD.gov/fair housing. That's HUD.gov/fair housing. Or call 1-800-669-9777. 1-800-669-9777. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
The Honda Jazz, the car that feels fabulously small on the outside, yet deceptively big on the inside, with its incredible storage solutions and magic folding seats. Not to mention the suite of advanced safety features. And now with the small but big Jazz event, it's available with 0% APR representative and 5 years complimentary servicing until January 31st. Visit your local dealer to find out more. Honda dealers are credit brokers, not lenders. Finance provided by Honda Finance Europe, authorized and regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority. Terms and conditions apply.
Get what you wanted this Black Friday. Sleek new laptop. Or one of those know-it-all smart speakers. So now is the time for Sky Superfast Broadband. It's totally unlimited, powerful enough for all your gadgets. And it's just £27 a month for 18 months with $19.95 setup fee. Another great deal. Pause your new 4K games console and search sky.com. Sky Fibre areas, speeds vary by location, no traffic management policy. See sky.com. Prices may change during this period. Terms apply.
Tonight, TuneIn has your Monday night NFL football with the Minnesota Vikings at the Seattle Seahawks. Kickoff at 8:15 p.m. Eastern.
Thrown down the middle, caught, touchdown over the shoulder, back in the end zone, Snead! Wow!
At home or on the go, hear the home and away call of every NFL game this season on TuneIn Premium.
50, round 40, round 30, round 20, round 10. Back shoulder fade for Harry in the end zone. Caught it! Touchdown!
Upgrade today.
On this week's On the Media, seeking answers to our domestic troubles, we look east to Poland, a country wrestling with disinformation, xenophobia, and a battle over its own story.
The assumption that we had finished with those arguments and that we'd all learned the lessons of the Second World War was wrong.
Tune in for this week's On the Media from WNYC. Listen to the On the Media podcast on TuneIn today.
Want to know a quick, easy way to see if your favorite podcasts have a new episode available? Just go to the home screen on your TuneIn app and see the latest editions under the Your New Episode section. Happy listening.
Hey, NFL fan, can't watch the game? Can't be there? No biggie. With your TuneIn Premium membership, you already have an all-access pass to every team and every game in the league. Amazing, right?
Steps up, floats it towards, at the goal line, it's intercepted!
Listen live as the action unfolds or on demand when you can. Anytime, anywhere, all season long.
Right side, it is caught. It is in for the right side for the touchdown.
Search NFL today.
At home or on the go, stay up to date on the latest news and political trends with Fox's full lineup of shows. Plus, when news breaks, Fox has you covered with live updates and expert analysis on the biggest developing stories. Listen to Fox News Talk anytime on TuneIn.
Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119 and around the globe. The Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
From New York City, this is Bloomberg Surveillance for our audience worldwide. We're live on Bloomberg Radio, where your economic indicators will be brought to you through the week by Commonwealth Financial Network. For the sixth straight time, J.D. Power ranks Commonwealth #1 in independent advisor satisfaction among financial investment firms. Visit Commonwealth.com to learn more. That's Commonwealth.com to learn more. Your economic data through the morning and through the week shaping up as follows. Then 9:45 Eastern, the market manufacturing PMI number. Then 15 minutes later at 10 Eastern, we get the ISM manufacturing employment prices paid new orders data all at once. Look out for that. As the week picks up through to Wednesday, a focus on the labor market in America. The 80 employment report will come out this Wednesday, December 4th, December 5th. Initial jobless claims this Thursday. And then we round things out on Friday, December 6th, with the big one. It is the November payrolls report.
Is auto sales a big deal stuck in there? Because I'm hearing all this doom and gloom about autos, and the numbers I'm seeing on the Bloomberg are really not bad.
Yeah, although they're putting out a lot of incentives in order to clear the autos from their inventory. So I will say it's a question mark. It's something to watch, but perhaps not as much as manufacturing.
Diane Swart joins us from Grant Thornton, and of course she has a wonderful and important focused Midwest view. Diane, what is the distinction right now of the greater Middle West economy versus the focus we have on the left and the right coast?
Well, what we're seeing is, of course, the rise in unemployment tied to tariffs and tariff uncertainty in some of the states, Michigan, Ohio, Wisconsin doing better. In fact, Wisconsin has been interesting because they've had some manufacturing increases, even as plants have closed, and they've been trying to get at some of those workers to try to get them into the plants that are opening. But you really see the uneven performance here in the Midwest, much more uneven, that gets masked as we get to the national data.
If I had a cup of coffee with Charles Evans and you in Chicago, and I said to you, do we overemphasize farm economics? Do we do that, or is it valid that dairy farmers in Wisconsin flat on their back is a big deal?
It's actually more valid that farmers across the board are actually flat on their back and suffering from bankruptcies. The smaller farmers are not getting the subsidies that we're seeing. In fact, most of the subsidies are going to very large farms, which you guys had a very good article about out there over this week. And I think that's the real issue, is that there is collateral damage to bank balance sheets from that. So I know Charlie would certainly take that as something he's concerned about, is the rise in bankruptcies that we've seen across the board in bankruptcies in the farm sector. It doesn't mean as much jobs, because not many people are employed on farms anymore, but it does mean something in terms of bank balance sheets in those areas.
Yeah. One thing I'm struck by, I was reading this story in the New York Times, how Amazon wove itself into the life of an American city. And I talked about how, yes, there are jobs and there are a growing number of jobs, but they're worse paid. And it talked about Amazon and how it's offering employment, which is good, but at much lower price levels in terms of compensation than the labor unions of yore. How should we view this in terms of the U.S. economy, this transformation to the Amazonification of retail? Is this generally going to be a negative just because of the amount that people are paid? Or is this sort of a temporary blip as we try to rejigger to the new economy?
Well, unfortunately, I think it's a long-term trend. It actually started with Walmart. We called it Walmartization in the 1990s, and now it's Amazon. So, we've spread it from one to another. And the good news is they do have jobs. The bad news is, as you mentioned, they are much lower paid, and this gets into the hollowing out of the middle class. Another really key component of what's going on today with these large, very large retailers like Amazon and Walmart. They're paying more to their workers who are entry-level workers, but they've actually cut and circumvented the move up in pay to management pay. They've actually either lowered management pay or reduced the number of managers they have, which has derailed something we usually see in an economy, and that is when the wages at the lowest end of the pay scale pick up, they tend to trickle up and move into middle-class households. And so you've got that sort of double whammy of not only they replacing jobs that once paid a lot more, but you're not seeing the mechanisms of moving up the wage scale that we once saw, and it's because these are such dominant players in our economy today.
Dan, 90 minutes into the program, and I don't think any of our guests have mentioned the Federal Reserve once. Steve Englander of Standard Chartered will be talking to me at around about 30 minutes' time, and he's made the point as well that he's just come back from Europe and hardly anybody spoke to him about the Federal Reserve. It is just not part of the conversation at the moment. Should it be?
Well, I think the Fed's pretty happy about not being part of the conversation, given how center stage they've been, particularly in tweets out there. So they like being on the sidelines and like being non-existent. I do think they will become more part of the conversation again as we get into 2020. The critical issue is, does the president pursue what he has been pursuing with trade with China, which would be an escalation in trade wars, or can we really believe that we're going to get a pause in trade wars, which keeps the Fed on the sideline?
Can I ask you a quick question on the Fed?
Sure. You got 90 seconds.
90 seconds. Diane Swak, how close are we to Stan Fisher's ultra accommodation?
Nobody knows, and there lies the hardest answer of them all, is that we just don't know. We do worry about sort of juicing the economy a bit too much right now, and the bubbles that do seem to be forming, particularly in corporate debt markets. That said, we don't know anymore, and the Fed has finally eaten the humble pie enough to say we're not sure ourselves.
Diane Swong, always great to get your thoughts on a program. Big week ahead for the global economy, and the US economic data will be coming through the week. We'll bring that to you right here on Bloomberg Radio. Equity futures very briefly turning negative. S&P 500 futures dead flat.
Do we blame
now.
the president?
We were positive 0.4%. I think those tweets a little bit earlier on were a little bit of a reminder that things can change with just a single tweet.
It's all trade. I mean, I think that this is the story of the past few months. Trade is the dominant narrative. Trade deal good if we get one. No trade deal or trade tensions bad, at least when it comes to market pricing.
It's December 2nd, right? 13 days are we going to have these new tariffs?
2 weeks away, yeah.
Weinberg mentioned that. I mean, it's here. It's here.
There was some Axios reporting suggesting that maybe talks have stalled because of the Hong Kong unrest, but ultimately a deal will get done, and that deadline will be pushed back from December 15th. Perhaps we'll talk about that a little bit more a little bit later. From New York, this is Bloomberg Radio.
And now with the news in New York City, here's Michael Barr.
Tom, John, Lisa, thank you very much. Airlines have canceled or delayed thousands of flights across the country because of a wintry mess. Here in the New York City area, a second round of snow is on the way. Today, New Yorkers are urged to use mass transit. After a mix of snow and sleet, it will all turn to snow later this evening. For now, we're looking at about 3 inches, but forecasters are keeping a close eye on the storm. Bells rang out in London this morning as lawmakers gathered for a vigil to honor the victims of Friday's terrorist attack at the London Bridge. 2 people died and 3 were wounded during the stabbing, which was stopped when a group of bystanders rushed in to contain the assailant before police arrived. The mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, speaking at the vigil, is calling on the city to mourn those who were lost in the attack.
Our thoughts and prayers are with the families of Jack Merritt and Saskia Jones and all those injured or affected by the attack.
Montana Governor Steve Bullock is ending his presidential campaign, citing an inability to gain traction with Democratic primary voters. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and at TikTok, on Twitter, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg Top.
Michael Barr, thank you so much. Time now for the Bloomberg NBC Sports Report. Here's John Stashower.
Tom, another rough Sunday for New York football. The Giants lost their 8th game in a row. They had more yards, but the Packers never trailed, and the Giants were within 4 in the third quarter, but then 2 more Aaron Rodgers touchdown passes. He had 4 on the day. Green Bay won 31-13, leading Giants coach Pat Shermer to state the obvious.
I'm always concerned when we don't win, right? And this is another feeling question, I'll feel better when we win games. That's if you're wondering how I feel. I feel a lot better when we win games.
Only team in the NFL with a worse record than the Giants, the Bengals. They just beat the Jets to improve to 1-11. Wasn't even close in Cincinnati, 22-6. Andy Dalton, a winner in his return as the Bengals starting quarterback, the Jets QB, Sam Darnold.
Yeah, it sucks, to lose this game. It's just like any other game, though. Whenever you lose, it's not fun. So we just got to watch the tape tomorrow, try to get better from this, and learn from our mistakes.
Jets have come in with a 3-game winning streak. Battle of AFC division leaders last night. Houston beat New England 28-22. The Pats offense struggled until late in the game, and they dropped to 10-2. Knicks and Nets both lost at home. Knicks beaten by the Celtics 113-104. Miami topped Brooklyn 109-106. The word last week was that talks had broken off between Rutgers and their former football coach Greg Schiano, but they worked it out. Schiano was returning to the job he had for 11 years. The Scarlet Knights have struggled mightily in recent years, but they did have relative success under Schiano. With the Bloomberg NBC Sports Update, I'm John Stashower. Tom?
John, thanks so much. Let me do a data check right now. A little more life than what we saw on a very volume-deficient Friday. Futures up 1, up 12 earlier, really giving it back off a set of presidential tweets. Dow futures up 13. The VIX was a 12 handle out to 13.09. Yields higher, not as higher as they were higher 2-3 hours ago, but 1.83 on the 10-year yield. Dollar was stronger, comes back flat. Yen 109.51. Sterling can't get out of its way. Straight up 129.31. This is Bloomberg.
Burning ring of fire. I went down, 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 and the flames went higher, and it burns, burns, burns. The ring of fire.
Why has J.D. Power ranked Commonwealth Financial Network #1 in independent advisor satisfaction among financial investment firms for the 6th straight time? We think it comes down to one thing. You.
Because it's your input and feedback that keeps us focused on what's most important to you and your clients and continually pushes us to be the best we can be. Maybe that's why we receive top marks in every category of the J.D. Power 2019 Advisor Satisfaction Survey. They named us number 1 in client support, number 1 in firm leadership, number 1 in operational support, number 1 in compensation, number 1 in professional development support, and number 1 in technology support. Ready to partner with the best? Call Commonwealth at 866-462-3638 or visit commonwealth.com and feel the power. Member FINRA, a registered investment advisor. For 2019 J.D. Power award information, visit jdpower.com/award.
The lifeblood of tech startups isn't just money. It's executive and technical skills. The kind of skills that companies need to build real products. And the skills that venture capitalist Chris Sugden of Edison Partners sees in the graduates that are coming out of New Jersey Institute of Technology.
The amazing thing about NJIT is their graduates, they have multiple offers on average, not just one. They're coming out with real skill sets that are immediately hireable and available to them. I think we see an understanding by the faculty and administration at NJIT that we've got to train and educate the whole student, not just their, one side of their brain. And I do think that's sort of part of the DNA today. There's practical and there's sort of academia, and merging those two together and understanding that if we're going to have our young people go get great jobs and have great successful careers, they've got to have both sides of their brain activated. And I think we see that with NJIT.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
On 3, our unlimited data is actually unlimited, like 4 reels. That means you can scroll and scroll and scroll through all the Black Friday deals.
Because we have no speed limits, no data caps, and you'll be 5G ready at no extra cost.
Wow, so many savings.
Our Black Friday deals are now on. Save up to £480. Switch to 3, in-store or online. See 3.co.uk/unlimited-data. Savings on selected phones on 24-month contracts. Ends 5th of December. Terms apply.
Owning your own business doesn't automatically make you an accounting expert. So it's good to know that when you choose to manage your money with Sage, you don't just get great business management at your fingertips. You get great local support too. Anytime, anywhere. Simple solutions from Sage. Trusted by over 1 million British businesses to manage finances, operations, and people. Find out more at sage.com/automate.
Get what you wanted this Black Friday. Sleek new laptop. Or one of those know-it-all smart speakers. So now is the time for Sky Superfast Broadband. It's totally unlimited, powerful enough for all your gadgets. And it's just £27 a month for 18 months with $19.95 setup fee. Another great deal. Pause your new 4K games console and search sky.com. Sky Fibre areas, speeds vary by location, no traffic management policy. See sky.com. Prices may change during this period. Terms apply.
Hey, NFL fan, can't watch the game? Can't be there? We've got you covered. With TuneIn Premium, you can listen to every NFL game live as it's happening.
LaShawn McCoy has an opening on the right side, punches into the end zone for the touchdown.
Or catch it later on demand.
Offset backs behind Mahomes. The give is to Williams. Starts right, cuts it back to the left, and blows into the end zone for the touchdown.
You call the plays. Follow the NFL anytime, anywhere, all season long with TuneIn Premium. Upgrade today.
This week on the New Yorker Radio Hour, the actor Billy Porter talks about the hard years before the acclaim.
I had just gone through way too many almosts because I was too gay or too black or not urban enough. Like, oh, you're just so special. And it's like you hear that so often. It's like special doesn't pay the bills.
Listen to this episode of the New Yorker Radio Hour on TuneIn today.
Network of news and financial information 24 hours a day. Powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. This is Bloomberg Radio. Now, a global news update.
9
Neither President Trump or his attorneys will participate in Wednesday's House Judiciary impeachment hearing. Democratic Senator of Michigan Gary Peters responds to Republicans requesting Congressman Adam Schiff take the stand.
That'll be up to the Chairman Schiff as to whether or not he wants to do this. But, it seems to me what we're seeing is just the continued pattern of trying to distract from the real facts.
Snow is expected to keep falling through the day into tomorrow in parts of the Northeast. Meteorologist Pedram Java-Herring.
The disruptions have been widespread. We know snow showers already coming down across portions of interior New England, and that is the area here where as much as 1.5 feet or more of snowfall could be expected within the next 36 or so hours.
State government offices as far south as New Jersey will close early today. Montana Governor Steve Bullock is ending his Democratic presidential campaign. He says it's clear he doesn't have a shot at his party's nomination. I'm John Trout.
Why all the top-tier experts? Because business is not a magic trick.
Give us a sense of the economic backdrop.
Bloomberg Markets.
Which financial records are these?
Weekday mornings at 10 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio. Bloomberg, the world is listening. Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and TikTok on Twitter. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Now, the major averages in the pre-market, they were all higher earlier this morning. That came after strong China Manufacturing Purchasing Manager Index readings. But they paired their gains after President Trump said he was restoring tariffs on steel and aluminum shipped from Brazil and Argentina. Right now, the Dow futures 6 points higher. And the S&P futures, they're up less than a point right now. The Nasdaq E-mini futures are 8 points lower. We have the yield on the benchmark 10-year note at 183. That's up by about 6 basis points right now. And NYMEX crude is up $1.14. That's up 2% right now. We're at 56.31 a barrel. And the Japanese yen right now against the dollar, that is steady, 109.49 unchanged. We check the markets for you every 15 minutes during the trading day right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. It's now 8:48 on Wall Street.
The following commentary is from Bloomberg Opinion.
America's railroad system is great for freight. I'm Justin Fox, a columnist for Bloomberg Opinion. In the 1970s and early 1980s, Congress reformed the struggling U.S. railroads. First, it freed private railroads from providing passenger service and gave that responsibility to the newly created Amtrak. Then it nationalized and reorganized the bankrupt railroads of the Northeast. Finally, in 1980, it deregulated freight rail. These reforms, you may be surprised to learn, are viewed abroad as a huge success. U.S. railroads now carry 80% more freight than they did in 1980, and about as much as trucks do, which is not even close to true in most of the world's other major economies. They paid more than $5 billion in income taxes last year, dwarfing government subsidies to Amtrak. U.S. passenger rail, it's true, is much less impressive by global standards, but it's part of an overall rail system that is profitable and world-class. I'm Justin Fox. For more opinion, please go to Bloomberg.com/opinion or OPIN Go on the Bloomberg terminal.
This has been Bloomberg Opinion.
And Bloomberg Opinion commentaries can be heard every weekday at this time. Terminal customers can read more at OPIN Go. 8:49 on Wall Street.
Bloomberg Opinion, informed perspectives, and expert data-driven commentary on breaking news.
Good morning, everyone. John Farrow, Tom Kane, Lisa Abramowitz, and we take another retail angle here. We can do that with Sarah Halsek, writing for Bloomberg Opinion. She went deep and sensitive because she's Senior Vice President, Social and Experiential here at Bloomberg. Sarah, I love your article that people want to shop till they drop.
Wait a second, we have a VP for that.
We have VP, Social and Experiential. She's sensitive here. She's writing about shopping.
Keep digging.
Experiential, Sarah Halsek. I did not want to be experiential this week. Where are we being experiential in shopping?
I think at a lot of different retailers, I think they have tried to invest in both the way just simple things like their merchandising displays. Do your mannequins look good? Are you, instead of just having your home goods stacked in piles on shelves, are you showing people how to set their dining room table for Christmas to just make it more inspiration oriented? And also doing things like making your stores more the kind of place where someone would want to take an Instagram photo and post it for their friends, making the actual physical environment look more attractive and appealing.
But when Farrell goes in and looks at the tall sterling silver and sees how it's supposed to be set on the table in America, does he then go buy it online?
The proper
is he throwing shade at me?
He's absolutely
over setting a table.
Over your inability to set a table properly, the American way.
Okay, Sarah, I think there was a question in there somewhere, please.
Do we buy it online?
I think, well, what we do see that's interesting, in the early days of online shopping, there was all this concern about showrooming, right, is what it was called. But you would do exactly what you're describing, which is that you'd go to a physical store, browse, look at things, and ultimately go home and go in for the kill and make the purchase online. What we actually see at this point in the evolution of e-commerce is that people do both. That some people do showrooming. There's also a counter behavior with the clunky name web rooming, where you do a lot of
rooming.
I know, not the greatest name, but it's a behavior I'm sure we've all done before, which is you do a lot of browsing online, you read customer reviews, you check out the photos, you compare prices. Ultimately, though, you go to the store to make the purchase to be able to maybe try that sweater on or take a look at that 4K TV in person and make sure you like how the picture looks. So both of those behaviors are pretty common and kind of feed into each other.
I love the idea that after a lot of market research and years of declining sales at a number of department stores, they've come up with the idea, let's make it fun. Because maybe it wasn't fun before, but it seems like there are certain chains that still can't make it fun. And we saw actually foot traffic decline in a lot of the major malls, other department stores. What do you make of that on Black Friday?
Yeah, so I think there's a combination of factors. One is that some of them have not done enough to revamp their merchandise assortment and to make that in-store experience more appealing. I think some of it is just that the online experience has gotten better, right? It used to be that you needed to fire up your desktop. That's why Cyber Monday exists in the first place, right? Was that when we were all traveling home from grandma's house or whatever over Thanksgiving and Black Friday, it was hard to shop when you were on the go. Now with our smartphones in our pockets, apps have gotten so much better. Page load times have gotten so much faster. The draw of online shopping on a weekend when folks are on the go a lot, it just has a lot of appeal.
Is there a Cyber Tuesday? I mean, why is it one day?
It's not.
I was going to say it's not. I think it's sort of been Cyber Monday all weekend long, right? I'm sure there are some.
I'll say at the Keen House it was.
I got to agree. At the Abrama Pad it was as well.
Yeah, I think this 5-day stretch from Thanksgiving to Cyber Monday has basically just become, one big confetti cannon of deals. I think that we'll continue to see that.
Well, confetti cannon of deals. I like that. How good were the deals, though? Because that's great. The deep and sensitive confetti, experiential confetti of deals. Were they good?
I think it really varies by product category. So data does suggest that, particularly for electronics, you do end up seeing some of the best prices of the season over this Thanksgiving to Cyber Monday stretch. When you get into specialty apparel department stores, you're seeing a lot of the same deals that you'll see all season long. 40% off your purchase, 50% off plus another 10% off. Those are deals you're used to seeing in your email inbox and that you'll continue to see all the way through December. So it really varies by product category.
I just brought up the Kohl's website, and the entire top half of the website is on price with no images of retail at all. How are the department stores going to compete in this? Not luxury, not Target and Walmart and the rest of it. How do the department stores survive another 2, 3, or 5 Cyber Fridays?
Yeah, I think a lot of it comes down to revamping their merchandise assortment. I think that, Target, one of its great strengths, one of the reasons why it's now one of the best performing stocks in the S&P this year is that it has made this great investment in its home category and its apparel category of really actually fixing the design, fixing the way the product is merchandised, and having something that is actually more appealing than what's on offer at the department stores or at a specialist like Bed Bath & Beyond. And I think the department stores have not done enough work on that front. They've been been so caught up in, trying to fix their e-commerce logistics and those types of things, and closing or shrinking stores, thinking about real estate as opposed to thinking about product. And I think that's their only chance at this point, is to really put some talent focused on that problem.
I think just to give some market perspective here, there are a growing number of hedge funds and other managers trying to bet against those department store retailers. A story in the Wall Street Journal highlighting how short sellers have wagered $7.7 billion against Macy's, Kohl's, and Nordstrom, among others, with the short interest rising on those stocks. Is there going to be a catalyst, Sarah, in the near term that could potentially cause those shorts to become profitable? In other words, what's going to cause the shares to take another leg lower?
Yeah, I think that these holiday results could end up being that thing. If we don't see holiday results that sort of meet the guidance that they put out, or if they do announce some, big strategic initiative that spooks investors. So, for example, Kohl's has this big initiative where they've partnered with Amazon to accept returns of Amazon purchases in their physical stores. And they've been talking a big game all year about what a big traffic driver this could be, how it could bring a younger shopper to Kohl's and new shopper to Kohl's, both of which they need desperately, right? If we don't see any fruit born from that in the holiday season, I think that could be a trouble point for the stock.
May your December be experiential. Sarah Halsick, thank you so much. Writing daily for Bloomberg Opinion. Really smart on American consumption and retail. Lisa, I want to go to something we haven't talked about all day, which is how credit's doing. What are spreads doing in the corporate market? We've been all full faith in credit yields higher, but what is, good quality corporates and less quality done?
Very well. That's how it's done. You've seen spreads coming in, price up, yield down. If you take a look right now at credit derivatives, the investment grade spread, the extra yield over benchmark rates, is near the lowest in the post-crisis era. So basically,
you mean like back to 2007?
Yeah, correct.
2008?
Basically, the idea being that people are going to be coupon clipping again. And essentially, if we're not going to get a recession, we're not going to see a massive move in rates, which, look, if you look at the MOVE index, right, the sort of measurement of implied volatility in treasury yields,
listen to you.
It's more bound, right? This is not a very volatile market. So even if you do get some slight shifts on stimulus plans or whatever, people are still flocking to credit.
To the Dow as a benchmark, 28,051 to close. We're up 28 points. 28,101 is where we have the Dow futures right now. That is an extraordinary statistic. Stay with us with yields higher, futures up 3. This is Bloomberg.
On 3, our unlimited data is actually unlimited, like 4 reels. That means you can scroll and scroll and scroll through all the Black Friday deals.
Because we have no speed limits, no data caps, and you'll be 5G ready at no extra cost.
Wow, so many savings.
Our Black Friday deals are now on. Save up to £480. Switch to 3, in-store or online. See 3.co.uk/unlimited-data. Savings on selected phones on 24-month contracts. Ends 5th of December. Terms apply.
Tonight, TuneIn has your Monday night NFL football with the Minnesota Vikings at the Seattle Seahawks. Kickoff at 8:15 p.m. Eastern.
Thrown down the middle, caught, touchdown over the shoulder, back of the end zone, Snead. Wow!
At home or on the go, hear the home and away call of every NFL game this season on TuneIn Premium.
50, round 40, round 30, round 20, round 10. Back shoulder fade for Perry in the end zone. Caught it! Touchdown!
Upgrade today. Want TuneIn to remind you when the big NFL game is about to get underway? Be sure notifications are allowed on your phone and search NFL on the TuneIn app. Find the game you want to hear under events and tap Notify Me. We'll let you know exactly when it's time to listen in for kickoff. Hey, NFL fan, can't watch the game? Can't be there? No biggie. With your TuneIn Premium membership, you already have an all-access pass to every team and every game in the league. Amazing, right?
Steps up, floats it towards, at the goal line, it's intercepted!
Listen live as the action unfolds or on demand when you can. Anytime, anywhere, all season long.
Right side, it is caught. It is in for the right side for the touchdown.
Search NFL today.
Financial capital of the world, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and at TikTok on Twitter. This is Bloomberg Radio. is Bloomberg Surveillance Economics.
I think the U.S. is going in for a couple of years of very, very strong growth.
The deficit by early in the next decade will start to become a real problem for the markets.
Finance.
The consumer is really strong right now.
We don't realize how good times are now.
Investment.
The biggest problem that people have in investing in stocks is that they get out of the market.
It's not supposed to be easy. Anyone who finds it easy is stupid.
Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Boston, 106.1 FM, down to Washington, 99.1 FM. Good morning, Bloomberg 1130, and all of you on Sirius XM Channel 119. Right away, this is what I want to do because of the kind of storm this is going to be. We need to go to Rob Carolyn, our Bloomberg Radio meteorologist. And Rob, what I want to know is not so much where the snow's going to be in the TV images of it. Where are those roads going to be that dangerous black ice, icy, crunchy, that mark between rain and snow? Where will we see that in the Northeast?
This afternoon, this evening, Tom, as temperatures fall, that'll be the Boston area, Providence, Hartford, and then eventually into the city for the evening commute. That's where we have to watch out for that because we're going to see a transition over from rain to snow along the coast. And as those temperatures fall to the freezing mark, that's where the roads will start to turn icy. So folks need to be careful for the ride home tonight.
It sounds like partly December. This is completely normal that we're having a storm like this, right?
It is. The interesting thing about this storm is it's actually in two phases, Tom. We've had one low bring as much as a foot of snow to parts of northern Massachusetts and southern New Hampshire overnight. And a second storm is going to develop as the upper level low heads out into the Atlantic. That could bring an additional 3 to 6 inches of snow to Boston and southern New Hampshire over the next 24 hours. Looks like the tri-state area is probably going to see about a 1 to 3 inch snowfall. Maybe Putnam and Westchester County, northern Westchester, Rockland get about 2 to 4 out of it. But it's interesting. It's a very long duration event. It started most places yesterday, and it's not going to finish up in some spots until Tuesday afternoon.
So, Rob, we saw images over the weekend of the Midwest, upper Midwest is getting slammed with heavy snow. Is that some of that system making its way east?
It's the exact same system, Paul. It moved in across the Bay Area back last week, Tuesday and Wednesday, and it's been crossing the whole country as a powerful system. Those Pacific storms, when they get wound up like this one was, they can wreak havoc, and this one has certainly done so.
One final question, Rob. What's the rest of the week look like? We get through this storm, and then what?
It looks very quiet, actually. High pressure will build in. Will be quiet Wednesday through Friday, and I really don't see any snow coming up through mid-December for the areas between D.C. and Boston.
Rob Carolyn, thank you so much. Greatly appreciated our Bloomberg meteorologist on the snow. And again, Paul, the rain to ice, the rain to snow, that band of 40, 50 miles is really ugly.
That's right, and that's where the tough driving is.
Very good. We say good morning to all of you here. We had futures up 12 earlier, on to record highs on futures. And then the president with a hat trick of tweets, maybe even 4. They had to do with tariffs, had to do with the Fed, and it had to do with pulling the market back down, up 12, down to futures up 2 right now. To get started on a Monday, 5-day work week into the jobs report on the equity markets. David Wilson. David?
I'll pick up where you left off, Tom. I mean, we're seeing some gains among steel and aluminum makers in response to President Trump's tweet that he's reviving tariffs on those metals from Argentina and Brazil. You've got U.S. Steel up about 1% in early trading. AK Steel up 3%. Alcoa up 0.5%. Not across the board, though. I mean, Nucor and Steel Dynamics both little changed in early trading. Walgreens Boots Alliance down 0.5%. The Wall Street Journal reported over the weekend that a potential buyout of the drugstore chain by KKR doesn't appear imminent. The report cited people familiar with the matter as saying the parties aren't in the same ballpark on valuation. You've got Biogen down 2%. The drug maker was cut to sell from neutral at Robert W. Baird. The firm said there may be pretty broad disappointment, I'm quoting there, with an Alzheimer's drug presentation set for Thursday. Deere's down 1%. The farm equipment maker was lowered to the equivalent of sell from neutral at Bank of America. The firm said Deere faces a, quote, very challenging agricultural market this fiscal year. And remember, Deere had fourth quarter results out this past Wednesday. Dexcom is down 3.5%. Yeah, they make blood glucose monitors, and they also provide a service that allows parents to track blood sugar readings for their children, and that service ran into technical issues over the weekend. Apache is down 10.5%. The energy producer said plans to keep drilling an exploratory oil well off the coast of Suriname. The decision led to concern that the well may not pan out for the company. A couple of other analyst calls. Splunk's up 2.5%. The maker of data analysis software was raised to buy from neutral Goldman Sachs. Roku, on the other hand, most active stock in trading, down more than 8%. The maker of streaming video players was lowered to the equivalent of sell from hold at Morgan Stanley.
That stock's up 400% this year, Roku. So
it's another one I don't own.
Take a little bit of money off the table.
Yeah, I mean, Morgan Stanley, though, is saying that Roku's revenue and earnings growth may slow meaningfully.
Yeah.
Again, its word next year.
Do you know who streams the New York Giants and the New York Jets?
Oh, boy.
I mean, he streams them.
Not a good weekend.
Streams them, I say.
Arthur Levitt, former chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission. Arthur, there's something that we were noticing in the new issue market earlier this year, this whole concept of direct listings. We had some pretty cool companies, Spotify, Slack Technologies went public. And these aren't initial public offerings. What are they, and how does the New York Stock Exchange want to change direct listings?
Well, the biggest hurdle for companies trying to do what Spotify and Slack did is that the direct listing process doesn't currently allow businesses to raise new capital. The New York Stock Exchange is trying to fix that, and they filed with the SEC a rule change that would allow companies to go public through a direct listing and raise cash from public market investors at the same time. I think that what this means is that a company that hasn't previously had its common stock registered can now list common equity in the stock exchange at the time of effectiveness, pursuant to which the company will sell shares in the opening auction on the first day of trading on the exchange. That's a big change.
Who sets the price when they launch the offering?
As currently structured, when companies choose the direct listing path, they have to publish the same type of prospectus that's required for an IPO. But rather than issuing new shares, they allow existing private shareholders to sell stock to public investors.
I've tried to understand this, and I still don't understand where price discovery comes in.
The bankers go out and make phone calls, and they come up with a...
That's what they do now.
Yeah, they do. And the only difference here, as Arthur points out, is this is existing shareholders selling their stock. There's already been a very active private market trading in these shares, so people have a sense of where these shares trade.
Yeah, it worked out for Uber and Lyft. I mean, is that what we're going to get, Arthur? Like Uber and Lyft, we're going to get a complete fiction of a price valuation and a crater off of it that crushes retail?
I don't think so, but it depends on how the SEC deals with the application to do this. These rules allow companies to take advantage of the benefits of a direct listing, and at the same time, they take away the biggest disadvantage, which is the inability to raise capital.
Sounds like something here that this is, the New York Stock Exchange, maybe this administration trying to make it easier for companies to go public. Do you think that's a good thing?
Yeah, I do think it's a good thing. I think that what you correctly point out is that the New York Stock Exchange is providing new ways for companies to access public markets, and I think that is a positive.
Arthur Levitt, former chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission, and also a board member at Bloomberg LP. Thanks so much for joining us. I think, Tom, only really big companies with brand names, like a Spotify can ever think about this direct listing because, if you're just a company that people really don't know about, you have to go on the road for 2 weeks and sell the rubber chicken and go to Boston and go to all over. But if you're some of these bigger companies that have been around a long time, they have this private market trading that's been going on for years, maybe.
Who discovers price? I asked this question and
again,
I get silence.
My understanding is the bankers, similar kind of thing, go out there. They have the private market, so they have a sense.
Agreed.
Okay, then that trades maybe every day.
Come on, we've proven that doesn't work.
For a lot of companies, it doesn't. And then the bankers go out and make their calls, but the risk is, you see it in these prospectus, it could be much riskier than a traditional IPO.
Does it put retail at risk? That
could be a risk,
We didn't have time with Arthur to go to that, but to the heart of his heritage
Yep.
and his legacy, is it almost like a private memorandum where only sophisticates get to do this?
It's interesting. That's why the SEC has to approve this. So the New York Stock Exchange can propose it, but the SEC has to approve it. So we'll see how that goes. I'm surprised that Arthur was supportive of it because, again, it does bring the retail investor at risk, but maybe on a select basis.
If we hit a bottom on Uber, to cut to the chase.
Yeah, where's that whole path to profitability thing? I don't think they've solved that problem yet for investors.
We'll see. Arthur Levitt, of course, the former chairman of the Securities Exchange Commission, and we think Mrs. Levitt emailed in and said, "Don't talk about the Giants and the Jets." Just don't even.
Yeah, that's an ugly.
Don't
weekend.
even
ugly
go
weekend.
there. Futures up 3, down futures up 27. Yields are up a big 6 basis points. Higher yields than the 10-year yield, 1.84% worldwide. This is Bloomberg.
Let's get national headlines right now with Michael Barr. Michael.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Tom. The second wave of a wintry weather mess will sweep through the tri-state area today. It will be a mix of sleet and snow before turning all to snow this evening in the New York area. About 1 to 3 inches of snow is forecast, but they are keeping their eye on the system. More snow is expected in the west and north. The White House counsel has turned down an invitation to appear before the first meeting of the House Judiciary Committee scheduled for Wednesday. That committee is the panel of lawmakers who will review the Intelligence Committee report on its impeachment investigation and decide whether to draw up articles of impeachment against President Trump. White House counsel Pat Cipollone denounces what he calls a highly partisan inquiry by House Democrats. Global news 24 hours a day on air and at TikTok, on Twitter, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg. Tom.
Michael, thanks so much. Playoff bound, the Washington Redskins. We'll talk to Michael Barr about that. Bloomberg Business and Sports at some point. Break up the Redskins. This is Bloomberg.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their business strategically. Yet, the most competitive managers in the market know with the right partner and a flexible operating platform, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
I'm Steve Meyer, president of SEI's Investment Manager Services. At SEI, we understand the emerging forces that will define success for asset managers and what firms will need to compete tomorrow. That's why we continually optimize SEI's global operating platform. If your business requires greater agility, our advanced technology, integrated best-in-class systems, and multi-asset expertise can be your catalyst for business transformation.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at SEIC.com/seize change.
Business is constantly evolving. Is your financial printer evolving to keep ahead of the curve? At Command Financial, we are redefining financial printing by providing industry-leading expertise, leveraging technology, and honing processes and best practices. Every day, Command helps SEC registrants, as well as members of their working groups, including securities attorneys and investment bankers, prepare, file, and disseminate regulatory and disclosure documents, such as registration statements, M&A documents, and mutual fund prospectuses and reports. Command provides a full range of services to help you effectively complete your deal, meet your disclosure requirements, and achieve your shareholder communications objectives. Visit our website at commandfinancial.com and learn how we're evolving, not only with the times, but also with your business requirements. Command Financial, redefining financial printing.
'Tis the season to be hunched over your laptop. Not on our watch. In real life, you can feel your senses and your baskets. Feel all the sights, sounds, lols, and OMGs. Wear laughing emojis on actual smiley faces. Battery is running low. Take the kids to Santa's Grotto. In real life, you can find just the right present using the most advanced search engine in the world. Your eyes. We hunt in real life. Brent Cross, London. Free parking for all sleighs and cars.
I love Black Friday. Busy shops, crazy people, average deals. It's so much fun.
Said no one ever. So be savvy and do Black Friday the easy way with Smarty.
Grab a huge 100 gig data SIM for just £17 a month on the Mega Plan. And with no credit checks, speed restrictions or contracts tying you down, you can kick back with the best Black Friday deal around. Now that's smarty. Search Smarty Mobile to find out more, but hurry, as this deal won't be around for long. See smarty.co.uk for terms.
At Lidl, we're big on getting in the Christmas spirit with our award-winning 8-year-old Queen Margot blended Scotch whisky for just $12.99 and our award-winning range of Hortus Artisan gins and gin liqueurs from only $9.99. Big on a Christmas you can believe in. Now that's big on quality and always Lidl on price. Subject to availability, selected stores excludes an eye.
This week at Tesco, buy 2 items from our chilled party food range, like tempura prawns or mozzarella sticks, and get a third one free. So for every 2 people you invite, you can ask another for free. But who? Linda from Accounts or Julio from Magaluf 2010? Tesco, delivering Christmas for 100 years. Cheapest item free, selected stores while stocks last, ends 1st of January.
Influential conversations from Bloomberg Television. Here's Francine Lacroix on Bloomberg Surveillance.
Five Guys is a U.S. restaurant with around 100 stores in the U.K. and big expansion plans. That's despite Brexit uncertainty and difficult market conditions. Well, to talk about all of that and much more, I'm joined by the Five Guys UK Chief Executive, John Uckbert. John, do you ever worry about overexpansion? Do you worry about Brexit impacting your business?
Well, I mean, at this point, it's early days still. We have just opening our 100th store at St. Paul's next week, Monday, and we still think there's actually a lot to go. We think we may be halfway there here in the UK. So it feels like early days for the premium burger segment here in the UK. Of course, Five Guys was founded 30 years ago in America, so we're only 6 years in here, so I think it feels like there's a long way to go.
Do you worry about inflation in the UK and the costs that means for actually the things you buy, your food produce?
Sure. Well, cost of goods is a major part of our business, of course, and actually one of the biggest impacts has been the pound versus other currencies. And if you're buying product in non-pound currency and you're earning money in pounds, then of course you have a foreign exchange challenge in addition to inflation associated with it. So both from a currency perspective and from a product inflation perspective, you've got to be aware of both.
Hear more interviews like this one on Bloomberg Television, streaming live on Bloomberg.com and on the Bloomberg mobile app. Or check your local cable listings. Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at TikTok on Twitter. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And it's 9:17 on Wall Street. I'm John Tucker. This update being brought to you by IBKR and CME Group. The new micro E-mini futures contracts are available at IBKR and the lowest commissions. Learn more at IBKR.com/CME Mini. U.S. equity futures right now ahead of the cash open on Wall Street. They're pairing their earlier gains. The European stocks, they turned lower. You had a move on tariffs by America this morning. That's overshadowing the upbeat global factory data that we got a little earlier. It's also reminding investors of the lingering trade risks. Bonds, they're slipping in price. Contracts on the 3 main U.S. gauges, they have been solidly up with the shares across Europe and Asia after the strong China Manufacturing Purchasing Manager Index reading. But they kept their gains after President Trump said he was restoring tariffs on steel and aluminum shipped from Brazil and Argentina. Right now, Dow futures, they're up 26 points. S&P futures up 2. The NASDAQ E-mini futures, right now, they are a point lower. 10-year yield in the U.S. at 184. That's up by 6 basis points. And we check the markets for you every 15 minutes during the trading day right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom and Paul.
John Tucker, thanks so much. Okay, we're going to do 6 minutes, 12 seconds with somebody you need to listen to. Here's how it works. There's a percentile thing, and it's pretty good. It's like you're in your class of what you do. In this case with Bill Smead, it's a value. And like if it's a big number, that's a good number up to 100. And I guess being in the 96th percentile is okay, Paul.
That works for me in pretty much anything in life.
That's 3-year. And if you're in the 5-year percentile and you're in the 90th percentile, that's okay. So let's, in terms of the holiday greetings, say to the wonderful Bill Smead, value guy, Bill, what's the number one determinant that leads you to that excellence?
Well, you're overwhelming me.
Yeah, I'll give you overwhelming. You're in the 96th percentile for 3 years. How do you do it?
The first thing is we look to buy meritorious companies when they fall deep in the doghouse. And the courage to buy when you're almost nauseous when you put the orders in the first place. Is the starter. The second thing, and maybe in the last, remember we've been in a 10-year bull market that has been led by growth, and we hold our winners to a fault. And that is not the typical thing in the value world. But most value people buy a 50-cent dollar. It goes up to 90 cents. They sell it and go try to find another 50-cent dollar. Charlie Munger says that's really difficult.
What he just said, Walt Disney. I mean, to get away from this, showing Walt Disney just as one example. I got to go to you and Carl Icahn. I know you and Icahn are going back and forth on a daily basis. Occidental Petroleum off the Anadarko transaction, 10-year mediocrity, negative 3.4% per year. The thing has been an unmistakable train wreck for a year and a half. And you like Oxy?
Yeah, you know, what's funny about this, Tom, is I mentioned in a note to you folks that I think this is kind of the antithesis of 1981. So what happened was we saw a chart that shows that only 4% of the S&P is in energy. And in 1981, it was 29%. In 1981, Dr. Doom and Dr. Death, Wojenauer and Henry Kaufman said there's no end to this inflation in sight, and that rates were going to go to 25%. And today, the ECB and the Federal Reserve say there's virtually no inflation anywhere in sight. So what that means to a contrarian like us is you want to exchange expensive debt for assets in the ground. So if you go back and look at the Occidental situation, Chevron offered to exchange 10% of their common stock and $8 billion in debt for Anadarko Petroleum, and instead Occidental paid $5 billion more by offering $33 billion in debt, including $10 billion of Warren and Charlie's Berkshire Hathaway money, and $5 billion of equity. They gave up way less equity.
Bill, this is too many numbers for Monday morning.
Sorry.
Is Oxy going to go up? What does Carl Icahn and Bill Smead know that I don't know about Oxy?
Well, the difference between Bill Smead in this situation and Carl Icahn is a fantastic investor. He finds an undervalued security. By the way, he thought it was undervalued at $52 a share or $60 a share, and hopes to make in a year and a half about a 50% gain by influencing what the company does. Well, what we do is we love to buy something that absolutely no one wants, that has merit. And let me tell you, that oil in the ground has more merit. And let me tell you why. In the next 10 years, the 90 million millennials in this country are going to double their use of gasoline. And you know, you're in an ESG world, that's got to bring tears to somebody's eyes. But we have good research from Fundstrat that shows that the largest adult population group is going to double its use of oil and gasoline. How does the price of something go down when 90 million out of 330 million Americans are going to use twice as much of the product as they used to? So this is just a dream setup, and Buffett has got warrants at $62.50. If he makes money, we're going to make an awful lot of money.
We got to leave it there. Bill Smead, you're going on forever about Oxy. That was a clinic, folks.
That was.
That's
pitching a name.
Rich, can you be sure that Mr. Smead is back on with us again, like this week or next week as well, because he's hugely popular when he's on.
That's how you pitch
You didn't
stock.
even get a question.
No, I'm sitting there saying, I'm still stuck with the millennials are going to double their gas consumption. I thought all this electric car stuff.
Well, this is, and again, folks, it's value. It's
I got to get Elon Musk and Mr. Smead in the room.
What I love about Bill Smead is he's got the Oxy Carl Icahn thing going, and he's got the boat loaded on Disney as well. That's rare.
He's covered there. I think he's in good shape there.
Well, give us a streaming update here in a little bit of time.
It's getting awful crowded, awful quickly. It's going to continue to get crowded. And I think we're probably in a period of, I'm going to say 1 to 2 years, where the consumer is just going to decide who the winners and losers are.
Are we deciding with Baby Yoda?
Baby Yoda, where'd that come from?
I mean, out of the blue. I mean, I saw zero hype on that. I'm sure somebody knew it that I didn't know.
All over social media. And so you got to figure Disney's going to be one of those players. I think that's what the market's telling you. Obviously, Netflix. And then the question is, who else? of the big media companies, big tech companies. And that's kind of where we are. So we'll see. But it's going to be a lot of fun. Consumers are going to have a lot of content. They're going to look at their bill at the end of the month and say, wait a minute. I'm paying 7 or 8 streaming companies. Bring back the cable bundle. This is Bloomberg.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Stock futures have pared their earlier gains after President Donald Trump said he was restoring tariffs on steel and aluminum shipped from Brazil and Argentina. Futures had bounced higher earlier on some global factory data. Here in the U.S. today, we'll get an update on manufacturing, and that report comes out a half hour after Wall Street's opening bell. T-Mobile U.S. has jumped to an early lead in the race to offer 5G service nationwide. Starting Friday, its stores begin offering their first 2 5G phones with the service available across the country, but it won't be the fastest 5G that consumers are waiting for. It is, however, a precursor to a more robust network that T-Mobile says will be made possible with the combination of Sprint's massive airwaves holdings. And this all comes as T-Mobile works toward showing it can be a serious competitor to larger rivals if it gains approval for the Sprint takeover. Gina Cervetti, Bloomberg Radio.
Have you wanted to speak a new language, but you thought it'd be too hard or take too much time? Then go to Babbel.com, download the app, and try it for free. In just 15 minutes a day, you'll be on your way to speaking a new language in just a few weeks. And right now, you can try Babbel for free. Babbel starts out teaching you words and phrases by matching them with pictures. You won't believe how easy the interactive program is. Soon the sentences get a little bigger, and before you know it, you're having simulated conversations voiced by native speakers. And because Babbel is crafted by language experts and uses the spaced repetition method, in just 10 to 15 minutes a day, you'll be speaking the language of your choice with real confidence. With Babbel, you can speak a language. Just go to Babbel.com and start your first lesson in the language of your choice for free. Download the Babbel app or go to Babbel.com and try it for free. That's Babbel.com.
When Harlequins take on Leicester Tigers, it's always a big game. But this year, it's the big game. Hosted at Twickenham, you can expect fireworks on the field and off it. Pre-kick-off, enjoy music, entertainment and a truly incredible atmosphere. Then watch 2 Gallagher Premiership rugby giants go head-to-head. Tickets from just £17 children, £27 adults. Go to tickets.quins.co.uk or search Big Game 12. Kick-off 4:30pm, Saturday 28th of December, Twickenham Stadium.
On 3, our unlimited data is actually unlimited, like 4 reels. That means you can scroll and scroll and scroll through all the Black Friday deals.
Because we have no speed limits, no data caps, and you'll be 5G ready at no extra cost.
Wow, so many savings.
Our Black Friday deals are now on. Save up to £480. Switch to 3, in-store or online. See 3.co.uk/unlimited-data. Savings on selected phones on 24-month contracts. Ends 5th of December. Terms apply.
Tonight, TuneIn has your Monday night NFL football with the Minnesota Vikings at the Seattle Seahawks. Kickoff at 8:15 p.m. Eastern.
Thrown down the middle, caught, touchdown over the shoulder, back in the end zone, Snead! Wow!
At home or on the go, hear the home and away call of every NFL game this season on TuneIn Premium.
50, round 40, round 30, round 20, round 10. Back shoulder fade for Perry in the end zone. Caught it! Touchdown!
Upgrade today. Hey, NFL fan, can't watch the game? Can't be there? No biggie. With your TuneIn Premium membership, you already have an all-access pass to every team and every game in the league. Amazing, right?
Steps up, floats it towards, at the goal line, it's intercepted!
Listen live as the action unfolds or on demand when you can. Anytime, anywhere, all season long.
Right side, it is caught, it is in for the right side for the touchdown to Keenan.
Search NFL today.
A lot of people aren't aware that TuneIn lets you listen to the same terrestrial stations that you pick up on your FM AM dial, except you can hear them from anywhere. To see all the stations broadcasting in your area, find the local radio section on the home screen. Keep it local with TuneIn.
This is not a commercial. This is a reminder. With TuneIn Premium, you could be listening to more music commercial-free. Get over 45 commercial-free music stations. Visit TuneIn.com/premium to upgrade.
Whether you call yourself a Democrat, Republican, Independent, or something else,
The road to 2020 is on TuneIn.
What a night! And a complete earthquake. This was
Follow every step of the Democratic primaries while hearing the latest headlines from the White House with live 24-hour news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox News Talk, and more.
We're closing in on the first results in the battle for the White House.
Experience the election through the sources you trust with the nonstop news channels on TuneIn.
Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119 and around the globe. The Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
And it's 9:30 on Wall Street. I'm John Tucker. The opening bell report being brought to you by SEI. With a 50-year history of innovation, SEI's outsourced solutions help achieve lasting success for investment managers, asset owners, private banks, and independent advisors. Learn more at SEIC.com. Now, ahead of the open, we were reminded of the trade tensions. President Trump tweeting out that he's reviving steel tariffs against Argentina and Brazil. That has put something of a lid on equities. Right now, the Dow Jones Industrial Average is 42 points higher. That's up about 0.1%. We're at 28,086. The S&P 500 up a point at 3142. The Nasdaq Composite Index, that is up 1 point at 8666. Some of the leaders in the broader index this morning so far: JP Morgan Chase, Intel, and Walt Disney Company. And we check the markets for you every 15 minutes during the trading day right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom and Paul.
John Tucker, thanks so much. If you're on global Wall Street, certainly American Wall Street, this is the conversation of the morning. She's our chief financial correspondent, Shadali Bassick. January 29, they're going to do an investor's dog and pony at Goldman Sachs. Mr. Solomon's going to get up, and the FT article, which is the talk of global Wall Street this morning, Laura Noonan killed it. Mike Mayo quoted. We'll get to that in a moment. This is a Goldman Sachs struggling with their future. Are they struggling with their future because of the now, or are they struggling with their future because of a past, which is 4.4% total return per year?
Both.
Both.
I know that that's not satisfying, but when
that's
their
okay.
past,
I'll take it.
When their past was all trading, and that's a business that's seeing a lot of headwinds across all of Wall Street, how do you change? Everyone was hoping that this big consumer business would be the future of Goldman Sachs, but everyone's setting expectations now that this is going to take another 10 years to be effective, let alone they're not going to become a JP Morgan or Bank of America.
Is this, what's the gossip here on this? Is Mr. Solomon having a moment of wisdom, the clouds parting, and saying we're going back to the original thing, or is this his partners rebelling?
Well, remember, everyone that Mr. Solomon put into place was of his own making. And so those are a lot of investment bankers. I think something interesting about the strategy is, according to the FT this morning, they're going to focus on their asset manager. They're going to focus on their
That's an original idea. So what are they going to do? Become James, was they going to do James Gorman Light? I mean, come on. That's their best idea?
The asset manager, there's a challenge with focusing on that, right? And it's that they have way more than $1 trillion under management, but they have a lot of low-fee products. So how do you make that a really profitable growth story? My former boss, Christine Harper, once told me Goldman has been focusing on their asset management unit.
You worked for Christine Harper?
I worked for Christine Harper. How do you think I got so smart, Tom?
She never let me work.
She had said, she mentioned once, they've been focusing on asset management since they went public. So can they make this a significant part of the story moving forward?
It's interesting because when you think about Goldman Sachs, I competed against them my whole career and are such formidable competitors. But I mean, at their core, their investment banking, their trading, their institution. Is there a sense that the consumer business is going to be anything more than just a sideshow for this firm?
Here's what my sources are telling me. It's that, think about it, the consumer business helps lower their cost of capital. At the end of the day, and this is why the FT story is so surprising, for them to not focus on profitability targets, that's the only story in the business. Right? So, what I think they're trying to say here is they're shying away from giving big proclamations on what profitability will look like.
Paul, this is in your wheelhouse. Goldman, this is from Laura Noonan, Patrick Jenkins, and David Crow. Goldman is set to detail its ambition to become an asset management powerhouse to rival the likes of Blackstone. or BlackRock. I don't know which black, but Fisher
Originally,
Black.
they were one
I don't
black.
know.
That's 4 or 5 times bigger.
You're telling me Goldman Sachs wants to do what Credit Suisse, Morgan Stanley, and everybody else wants to do? That's not the Goldman Sachs I know.
It's an interesting strategy. Right now, asset management, for some perspective, is less than 20% of their revenue. Trading, that old business that you were talking about, 36% of their revenue.
I didn't know that. Wow.
So how do you change?
It's interesting. Before under the Mr. Blankfein, the prior CEO, they were out there with a $5 billion in extra revenue by next year. They set that in 2017, I guess. Are they going to kind of back away from that? And if so, is that saying, hey, maybe these consumer businesses aren't as big as we thought they were going to be?
Well, that's a big question. To what extent do you say we're abandoning it completely? If you're David Solomon, you can look back and say, wait, that was my predecessor's plan. That was a Blankfein plan. But what do I do now, right, when Wall Street is expecting Goldman Sachs to have $2 billion less in revenue this year, almost, at the end of this year? How do you then come in next January and say we want to make $5 billion more?
Our Stephen Aarons, and I'm still talking about this, folks, Bloomberg Markets Magazine, the single best readable, concise article on Mr. Saving of Deutsche Bank. If you were Mr. Aarons or Christine Harper, whatever, our great finance team, if they wrote an article on David Solomon right now, what would it say? What would be the angle of that article?
How do you recreate Goldman Sachs to make sense?
But
for
is
the
he
next
trying
generation?
to take it away from what Mr. Blankfein did?
I think so far, everything we've ever heard about Goldman Sachs, every executive tells us, listen, we lean on our heart. We lean on where our heart is, which is trading. It's investment banking. It's core institutional.
Come on, it's Henry Paulson in Chicago. And, I talked to Secretary Paulson about this once, and Jeff, this was an off-mic comment about the glory of getting on the plane and going out across this great country.
But that's still the plan.
Is that still the plan?
Oh, yeah. I mean, remember, investment bankers are still running Goldman Sachs.
But you just told me they want to be an asset management
That's
company.
what they want to be. But, if they think about it, like I said, if trading is less and less of their revenue every year, they're still number one. This year, they are still number one.
I tell you, a BlackRock model would not be the worst way to go if they can get there. But now they're talking about creating this merchant bank, putting their investment bank, their asset manager together with $100 gajillion of assets under management. If they can start maybe driving some of the returns that we see out of BlackRock, then maybe you got something. But, again, it kind of raises the question of the consumer. And I guess, as you mentioned, the consumer is a great source of low-cost capital.
And, Tom, I think, what you're saying here, too, is what else, right? They do banking. They do trading. People want to know what the next leg is, because that consumer business is not going to play out tomorrow. It's not going to play out in the next couple of years. It'll take a long time, and it might still be a very small part of the business.
Looking at the S&P versus Goldman Sachs versus BlackRock over the last 10 years, Goldman Sachs has been the laggard.
On price to book as well. They mentioned that in the FT article. I mean, I'm not baffled.
I think the way Shonali mentioned it for Mr. Solomon is, how do you redefine Goldman Sachs for the next 10 or 15 years? Because I guess they're suggesting it isn't just going to be investment banking and trading bonds and currencies.
So they were doing retail, right?
At Morgan Stanley, they were able to bring that big wealth manager to play here. Will Goldman do a big deal?
Okay.
To make them bigger.
You got any names? Come on, you want to make my Monday more interesting?
Will they buy a BNY Mellon? Will they buy
listen to you. Oh, she's starting the gossip. People are scribbling down in train stops nationwide. BNY Mellon, Chanel.
I feel like a Rockefeller or like the wealth managers of the world that have spun out on their own like being alone. So I can't, I can see that being a harder sell for Goldman.
Could they buy Fidelity with the Johnson family?
They could buy.
I'm just busting your chops.
right.
Shonali Basak, thank you so much, and get out of here. It's too dangerous. Shonali Basak, our chief financial correspondent there in Goldman Sachs. And, again, congratulations to the FT with a short, sharp article. Mike Mayo in there just saying, look, you got to go to Investors Days and tell us what's going on right now.
Yeah. I mean, this is, these are rare events to get everybody together. So all eyes will be on Goldman Sachs.
Glenn Shore, Evercore ISI in there as well. Mixed market, green and red on the screen. Please stay with us. With yields higher by 7 basis points, this is Bloomberg.
get national headlines right now with Michael Barr. Michael.
Thank you very much, Paul. Thank you, Tom. The House impeachment report on President Donald Trump will be unveiled today behind closed doors for key lawmakers. Democrats are pushing ahead despite the White House's declaration it will not participate in the first hearing by the Judiciary Committee on Wednesday. State government offices in New Jersey will close early as a wintry storm bears down on the East Coast. Governor Phil Murphy today decided to shut government offices for non-essential employees at noon. Commercial vehicles are banned and lower speed limits put in place on stretches of some Pennsylvania interstate highways. A nor'easter is expected to drop 10 to 20 inches of snow by Tuesday morning from Pennsylvania to Maine. The New York City area is forecast to get sleet and snow today. It will all turn to snow by this evening, leaving up to 3 inches. President Trump will head to London for the NATO meetings as he will continue his call for more countries to pay their fair share. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said that the world's efforts to stop climate change have been utterly inadequate so far, and there is a danger global warming could pass the point of no return. He spoke before today's start of the 2-week International Climate Conference in Madrid. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and at TikTok, on Twitter, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg Poll.
Michael Barr, thank you so much. We have 10 minutes into this early trading session, a little red on the street, a little risk off. We might have some bumps along that trade highway. This is Bruce. This is Bloomberg.
Startups and research universities like New Jersey Institute of Technology are fueling the innovation economy. And few people are better positioned to see what's on the horizon in New Jersey than physicist and state representative Andrew Zwicker.
How technology is transforming our financial sector is revolutionary, and so much of that is in New Jersey. We are innovators when it comes to agriculture, and there is opportunity now for great transformation in how are we going to grow food in an ever-growing population, and how do we turn urban centers into agricultural centers. Autonomous vehicles is another one where we have some of the world's leading experts, and how this will transform how those who are either elderly or are visually impaired or mobily impaired can start to use autonomous vehicles to transform their lives and have access to transportation they could have never had before.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu/research.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their businesses strategically, yet the most competitive managers in the market know with the right partner and a flexible operating system, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
I'm Steve Meyer, president of SEI's Investment Manager Services. At SEI, we understand the emerging forces that will define success for asset managers and what firms will need to compete tomorrow. That's why we continually optimize SEI's global operating platform. If your business requires greater agility, our advanced technology, integrated best-in-class systems, and multi-asset expertise can be your catalyst for business transformation.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at seic.com/seize change.
This is when Harlequins take on Leicester Tigers, it's always a big game. But this year, it's the big game. Hosted at Twickenham, you can expect fireworks on the field and off it. Pre-kick-off, enjoy music, entertainment and a truly incredible atmosphere. Then watch 2 Gallagher Premiership rugby giants go head-to-head. Tickets from just £17 children, £27 adults. Go to tickets.quins.co.uk or search Big Game 12. Kick-off 4:30 p.m. Saturday 28th of December, Twickenham Stadium.
This winter, there's no place like Wicked, the award-winning West End musical. Discover the incredible untold story of the Witches of Oz and how one came to be called good and the other wicked. Wicked at London's Apollo Victoria Theatre. Extra shows added for Christmas.
At Lidl, we're big on getting in the Christmas spirit. With our award-winning 8-year-old Queen Margot blended Scotch whisky for just $12.99. And our award-winning range of Hortus Artisan gins and gin liqueurs from only $9.99. Big on a Christmas you can believe in. Now that's big on quality and always Lidl on price. Subject to availability, selected stores excludes an eye.
On 3, our unlimited data is actually unlimited, like for reals. That means you can scroll and scroll and scroll through all the Black Friday deals.
Because we have no speed limits, no data caps, and you'll be 5G ready at no extra cost.
Wow, so many savings.
Our Black Friday deals are now on. Save up to £480. Switch to 3, in-store or online. See 3.co.uk/unlimited-data. Savings on selected phones on 24-month contracts. Ends 5th of December. Terms apply.
Did you really get those trainers half price?
Yeah, nice, right? From Zalando. They have new deals every day for Cyber Week.
This is an express service to a whole week of cyber deals. Calling out footwear, sportswear, winter looks, designer styles, and more.
Cyber Week at Zalando. Save up to 70% on your favorite styles. Zalando. Free to be.
Global news 24 hours a day, on air and at TikTok on Twitter. Powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. This is Bloomberg Radio. Now, a global news update.
White House counsel has turned down an invitation to appear before the first impeachment hearing of the House Judiciary Committee scheduled for Wednesday. President Trump is accusing Argentina and Brazil of hurting U.S. farmers through currency manipulation and says he'll slap tariffs on their steel and aluminum imports. Winter-like weather in the Northeast is causing a host of issues. New Jersey government offices are closing early. There are interstate travel and airline concerns.
Over 7,000 flights were delayed and more than 640 were canceled today, according to the website FlightAware. That's on top of the more than 6,000 delays and 800 cancellations yesterday. With millions of people trying to get home after the busy holiday travel weekend, it'll take a while for airlines to catch up and sort out the mess.
Steve Kastenbaum reporting temperatures will be falling through the day in New York City, where it's rainy, 36 degrees. Snow is expected by the afternoon commute. I'm John Trout.
The world's top business and political leaders prefer to speak to someone who understands them.
We're looking right now at the White House.
Balance of Power with David Weston, weekdays at noon Eastern on Bloomberg Radio. Bloomberg, the world is listening. Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at TikTok on Twitter. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker, the Bloomberg Newsroom. But this Bloomberg Business Flash, let's hit you with some headlines crossing the Bloomberg right now. GAM Holding weighing cutting more than 40% of its workforce. This comes after the Swiss asset manager was rattled by a trading scandal that sent the shares tumbling to their lowest since it was spun off from Julius Baer a decade ago. As for the U.S. stocks, they're falling after President Trump's move on tariffs rekindled concern over global trade risks. Bonds also dropping in price, sending the yields higher. The S&P 500 dropped after its best month since June, as the president earlier today said he's restoring tariffs on steel and aluminum from Argentina and Brazil. Right now, S&P 500 6 points lower. That's down 0.2%. We're at 3134. The Dow Jones Industrial Average 20 points lower. That's at 28,031. And the Nasdaq Composite Index is 35 points lower, down 0.4%. We're at 86.28. The 10-year right now, 184, that is. That's up 7 basis points in the yield as the price declines by 19.30 seconds. And NYMEX crude is up $1.23 right now, 56.40 a barrel. We check the markets for you every 15 minutes during the trading day right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Tom.
John Tucker, thanks so much. Paul Sweeney and Tom Keene, this is a joy. With us, head of all of our economics coverage, domestic, international, Michael McKee. And Mike, I want to do a lot of research here and go granular down to the export-import dynamics of the president's tweets and all that you work on every day. So let me talk about an imported product, which really goes into the research involved here. For our global audience, our domestic audience, what you need to know is under the tree, you really need the Brad Marchand authentic jersey with a big B on the cover. Do you like the Bruins third jersey look, or do you like the traditional Bruins look?
I like the third jersey look as a third jersey. I mean, it's
They look great. I thought it looked great last night. It's one of the few successful ones out there. As they destroyed the Montreal Canadiens, I was medicated. But you know, and again, it goes down to the idea: you got a product, $169.99 for Mr. Marchand's. It's slimming, Mike. It's not the official jersey. It's a more authentic slimming.
Well, you've been
fit.
buying those,
but that's a microcosm of your world. They go make that thing for next to nothing somewhere. It's China, Vietnam, wherever. And then they bring it here. And that's with a tariff, right?
Well, it depends on where it was made and how it's imported. If it comes into Canada first, if say CCM is the one that you're buying it from, it'll go to Canada first, and then the tariffs will apply on the goods that come from Canada into the United States, which are going to be almost nothing because of NAFTA. So you probably aren't paying additional tariffs on hockey uniforms.
See, he was thinking about that, Tom. He analyzed that. I didn't even think about that.
Magic. No, but this is the Mike. Seriously, I'm making jokes. Marchand, his passing, as the guy said, the announcer last night, his hands are an act of God. I mean, he is the best passer in the game.
Yeah,
I mean, there's no question about it.
Shout out to David Pasternak.
Yeah, he's the one who puts it in the net. Marchand's the one that makes it happen.
Despite a lack of vowels in his name, is leading the hockey.
Yeah, it's called doing Yastrzemski. Okay, Mike, this is serious. It's one little microcosm, and you beautifully say you go through Canada, you do an end around the tariffs. Is that what's going to happen?
Well, it's been happening in a sense for a lot of products. We've seen a big increase in imports from Vietnam at the same time that we've seen a decrease in imports from China. Now, can you disassemble a factory in China that quickly and move it to Vietnam? Probably not. Have there been many reports of items being shipped to Vietnam, put in different boxes that say made in Vietnam, and then sent to the United States? Yes. So everybody knew there would be cheating going on, and there is apparently cheating going on. And so it isn't easy to get a complete look at how the tariffs are affecting different countries, but we do see gains in some of the smaller Asian countries at the expense of China that suggest the gamesmanship is being played.
The gamesmanship is being played not just with China, but I also see it seemed like we were moving along to that phase one deal. We had some nice momentum. Equity markets were reacting positively. And then comes out today, U.S. to restore tariff on steel and aluminum from Brazil and Argentina. I didn't even know we imported steel and aluminum from Brazil and Argentina.
Brazil's like the number 3.
Is it? Okay, so it's a material amount, so it's something, okay.
It's a material amount, a little bit less so from Argentina. I was scratching my head over this morning because it seems to be maybe the president just trying to distract people from impeachment or something, because the tariffs don't make a whole lot of sense. When he imposed the steel tariffs for the first time in March of 2018, he exempted Argentina and he exempted Brazil. Now we're seeing the real and the peso get devalued significantly, right, but for reasons that don't have anything to do with trade or a deliberate effort. Investors are punishing both countries for the policies and governments that they have, which is a major issue. Argentina has been spending billions of dollars to try to prop up the peso, and they've imposed currency controls. So it's not like they're trying to do this. Right. Maybe the president saw the news that the Argentinian farmers are selling as much as they can right now into the forward markets, especially soybeans, because they think the new government that's coming in, Fernandez takes office on the 10th, is going to impose export taxes. So there are going to be a lot of sales by the Argentinian farmers ahead of time. But again, this is not anything to do with hurting the U.S.
to the Argentinian summer. I mean, dinner's at 10 p.m. and you stay up till 3 a.m. Seven nights a week.
Get us a good steak.
Nobody cares about this, Mike. Phil emails in and he says, Tom, don't give me this Marchand stuff. And he goes over the giant from RPI, Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, one Adam Oates, who he said was absolutely extraordinary.
He was.
We forget how good he was. 19 years in the NHL.
He was one of the best passers of all time.
Yeah.
Huge number of assists and played really well for the Bruins and for the Washington Capitals. Yeah. Later coached the Capitals.
Giant class act. I stand. It's not that I stand corrected. It's just from another era.
Yeah.
Phil's so old that
the old time jerseys.
Yeah. Michael McKee, thank you so much. Greatly appreciate that this morning on trade, and we thank the Bruins for that. The jerseys in China.
Sure.
Vietnam, and
coming in through Canada.
Coming in through Canada or whatever. Michael McKee, thank you
so much.
Okay, what was more important, Ohio State, Michigan football, or as it was, I was watching, no, not me, David Weston, I'm watching Michigan Badgers hockey without Red Berenson, and it's still that Michigan pride is happening.
Yeah, you watched the right game, that's for sure. I think we're making great progress. We lost by 62 points they scored last time. This was 56, who were 6 points better than last time. So we're moving in the right direction. Another 10 years, we'll get them down to a range where we can actually beat them.
Is this honestly beginning a pressure point for the coach? Or
he was already in a pressure point. I mean, there's no question.
This is Mr. Harbaugh?
Yeah, Mr. Harbaugh, whose father was an assistant coach. His brother is the coach of the Ravens, which is doing pretty darn well, by the way.
Okay.
He's in a lot of pressure. Yeah, you don't lose to Ohio State 8 times in a row.
David Weston with us, of course. You can listen to Mr. Weston 12 noon simulcast on Bloomberg Radio. See it at the same time through the miracle of technology. Bloomberg Television. Joe Biden is living in Iowa. Is it the Biden last stand? And we say this with Michael Bloomberg, of course, our founder, running Bloomberg News, running for president. We say that clearly. But is this Biden's last stand?
Even more, he's got a bus. The No Malarkey bus.
Where did
No Malarkey bus?
come
Well, it's instead of the Straight
My
Talk Express.
father's the only one I ever knew that used that word.
Yeah.
Am I right that word is from another time and place, David?
I think maybe he wants to be from another time and place. He's a regular guy. In Iowa, the probably plays pretty well. But listen, I mean, he's really hung in a lot better than people thought. If you go back 3 weeks or so, people thought he was fading. He has hung in much better than people thought. As at the same time, Elizabeth Warren has been fading after having shot up. So Joe Biden's not looking that bad right now.
Balance of power coming up today, David. What do you have for us?
Well, we're going to talk, obviously, a lot of geopolitics. We're going to talk about Merkel and her problem with her coalition over there.
Willy Brandt's party.
Exactly. We've got Matt Bay from Stratfor, and also, of course, Hong Kong and what's going on with China and how that affects or doesn't affect U.S.-China trade relations. And picking up on what you were just talking about with Argentina and Brazil, we've got a fellow named Tom Halverson. Do you know him? He's CEO of CoBank. Came out of Goldman, actually, who really knows the bank, the farmers across the country and what's going on with the farmers. The President Trump, as you know, invoked this morning and said that's part of the reason why he's imposing tariffs on steel for the farmers. So we're talking about what's the real farmer experience across the country.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Futures up 12 became futures up 1, and now it's red on the screen as well. David Weston with us. David Weston with us, and of course, Balance of Power, 12 noon on Bloomberg Television, and hear it at the same time.
How does that happen?
It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
It's magic, yeah.
It's just magic.
Yeah.
David Weston leaving us now because it is Cyber Monday, and they're keeping the tradition of Cyber Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, going at at the Weston House.
The consumers.
Yeah, we're supporting it. We're doing our part.
Yeah.
We're helping. We're helping.
Get that high-speed connection, making that good work.
Paul, in your reading, how was the kickoff to the consumption of the holiday season?
I think it was as good as expected, strong, and the consumer, Tom. The median, outlook for retail sales is plus 4% or something this year, and that's kind of where we're coming in. And I think that kind of reflects the fact that consumers are in a pretty good position. They have a job. Wages are going up. So by and large, you're going to see it this year at the cash register.
Am I buying because I'm going to get it next day versus 2 days? Does that really make it matter yet?
Not yet, but when you're putting that order in on December 23rd, which I know you will, that day is going to be big.
Very good. An interesting day, to say the least. See balance of power this noon on the president's tweets, which pulled the market down this morning. Right now, red on the screen, the Dow, negative 36. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Hey, NFL fan, can't watch the game? Can't be there? We've got you covered. With TuneIn Premium, you can listen to every NFL game live as it's happening.
LaShawn McCoy has an opening on the right side, punches into the end zone for the touchdown.
Or catch it later on demand.
Offset backs behind Mahomes. The give is to Williams. Starts right, cuts it back to the left, and blows into the end zone for the touchdown.
You call the plays. Follow the NFL anytime, anywhere, all season long with TuneIn Premium. Upgrade today.
Want to hear about the latest and greatest things to listen to on TuneIn? For reminders of the biggest live sports games, debates, and breaking news stories, follow @TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to stay connected with the audio that matters to you.
On this week's On the Media, seeking answers to our domestic troubles, we look east to Poland, a country wrestling with disinformation, xenophobia, and a battle over its own story.
The assumption that we had finished with those arguments and that we'd all learned the lessons of the Second World War was wrong.
Tune in for this week's On the Media from WNYC. Listen to the On the Media podcast on TuneIn today.
A lot of people aren't aware that TuneIn lets you listen to the same terrestrial stations that you pick up on your FM AM dial, except you can hear them from anywhere. To see all the stations broadcasting in your area, find the local radio section on the home screen. Keep it local with TuneIn.
The world, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and at TikTok on Twitter. This is Bloomberg Radio. This is Bloomberg Markets with Lisa Abramowitz and Paul Sweeney.
Is there any bank right now in the U.S. that you think is a buy?
Do you think Chairman Powell has lost the market?
Jeff Bezos is no dope. What's the big ka-ching?
The big question, I think, for investors is free cash flow.
Breaking market news and insight from Bloomberg experts.
The U.S. tariffs actually hurt both China and the U.S.
Large strategics are looking to either buy or invest in innovation.
Soybeans and corn have been basically at or below the cost of production for about 4 or 5 years.
And what we see more bonds, more yield.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Lisa Abramowitz and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Good Monday morning from New York City to our worldwide audience. It is Cyber Monday. We'll get the latest on retail sales. Are consumers still going to the stores, or are they just clicking a button? Plus, we'll take a look at how OPEC is betting that the golden age of U.S. shale revolution may be over. But first, let's go to John Tucker of Bloomberg News for a Bloomberg Business Flash. John.
Yeah, and more bad news, Paul, for the manufacturing sector. The ISM Manufacturing Index just crossing the Bloomberg right now. The survey was for 49.2. It's coming in lower than expected at 48.1. Now, remember, anything below 50 is contraction for manufacturing right now. Now, the S&P 500, that has extended its drop after its best month since June. This all comes after President Trump said he's restoring tariffs on steel and aluminum from Argentina and Brazil. The president also renewing his assault on the Federal Reserve in a tweet this morning, saying it should lower rates and loosen monetary policy. Treasury yields, they climbed after better than expected manufacturing data from both China and the Euro area earlier today. Right now, the 10-year, the benchmark, is up only 4 basis points right now at 182. So the yields are starting to come in a little after the latest economic data, the ISM manufacturing data for November. Right now, the Dow Jones Industrial average 90 points lower. That's down 0.3%. We're at 27,962. The S&P 500 15 points lower. That's down 0.5% at 3125. And the Nasdaq Composite Index right now 76 points lower. That's down about 0.9% at 85.87. And we check the markets for you every 15 minutes during the trading day right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash.
John Tucker, thank you so much. Market Drivers brought to you by New Jersey Institute of Technology, transforming computing professionals into data scientists to meet demand in this fast-growing field. More at njit.edu/Jersey City. I really want to focus on that data just crossing the Bloomberg U.S. factories, extending a contraction. The index missing the forecast, which also called for a contraction, but less than what it came in for. The interesting context of this is improving data both in China and Europe, setting a more positive tone, only to be dashed in part by this data, as well as President Trump's tweets seeming to escalate trade tensions now with Brazil and Argentina. Dave Wilson, Bloomberg Stocks editor, joining us here in our Interactive Brokers studios. I want to talk a little bit about the manufacturing data. Do you have a first read on how important this is?
Well, I mean, perhaps what is noteworthy is that you look at the industrial stocks in the S&P 500, they're not doing as badly as the index is. So, yeah, I mean, you take a step back and really we're kind of in this lull between earnings periods right now. And, third quarter, S&P 500 profit down 1.3% according to our latest figures. Now, there are still a few companies left to report, but not enough to change the minus sign to a plus sign. And then you look at what's happening with the fourth quarter. I mean, analysts, again, if you go through all the estimates on S&P 500 stocks, you put it all together, it turns out to be another decline, 0.8%. And in fact, analysts are also looking for revenue growth to slow, compare 2.4% based on where we are for the fourth quarter with the 2.8% reported for the third quarter. So, you have more of a potential for an earnings recession, you might say, 2 quarters of declines. Now, you had relatively slow growth in the first half of the year as well. So, it's a situation where companies are kind of digging themselves into a hole to some extent. And then you see figures like you have on manufacturing and you wonder how deep the hole might be.
It's interesting on a day when we get another, I guess, weaker than expected manufacturing data point here with the ISM. We have just kind of what we learned over the weekend, continuing in today, about retail sales and the consumer generally pretty strong. Black Friday coming in here to Cyber Monday.
Well, I mean, we know that the consumer accounts for most of the economy, and if you throw in healthcare, it's something like 70%. So the idea that, consumers are propping up the economy again doesn't exactly sound like a surprise as far as that goes. And you have to remember, I mean, consumers in relatively good financial shape. The jobless rate near historic lows, and a lot of people are working, so that it's easier to go out and spend the money on a Black Friday when you kind of have an economic situation that allows you to do that.
Yeah, when you've got the money, it's easier to spend it, I suppose, unless you live on credit, which a lot of people do. That said, I will say there was a story in the Wall Street Journal that was interesting to me over the weekend, talking about how short interest in some of the big department stores has been dramatically increasing, Macy's, Nordstrom, and the like. And we did see weaker foot traffic. I'm looking right now, Macy's shares are actually up today, 1.3%, whereas Nordstrom shares down nearly 1%. I'm trying to figure out how the figures that we've been hearing are going to play out. In other words, the fall in foot traffic that we hear about. Can you put it into perspective versus expectations?
Well, I mean, what it really comes down to is, if you take a step back from it, it's all about online shopping in one form or another. Now, some people will go to the store to pick up what they buy on the website. It's clear that trend persists. We'll have a better idea of how strong it is, after today. You get the numbers in terms of what Cyber Monday looks like. So, it's a situation where if you go through, look at the worst performers on the year in the S&P 500, you see Macy's right at the bottom of the list, down 48%. You see Kohl's off by close to 30%. You look at Nordstrom, it's holding up a bit better.
Yeah,
it's still down 19%, though.
The point here is bad news is baked in, right? So what's the tipping point that's going to move things lower? And just to note, Kohl's shares down 0.6% today.
Right. I suppose it would be, how does the holiday shopping season shape up? Really, I mean, are these companies able to compete in an increasingly online world? I mean, that's sort of been the issue for them for some time. And then, when you figure that into the equation, what do they have to do in terms of real estate, closing stores, consolidating? What's the industry going to look like in the future? I mean, that is, as much as anything, what the issue is when you think about the traditional department store chains here.
Well, I'll give you a data check from the Short Hills Mall, which I can see from my home. The cars were backed up all weekend out onto Route 24, getting just to get into the parking lots, and license plates from Connecticut, from New York, Pennsylvania.
How good is it?
I don't know. I guess it's a great mall or something, and it's it's interesting. I think it goes to the issue of there's, the best malls will likely survive, but generally speaking, you got to have an omni-channel strategy, and if you don't, you're in deep trouble.
Right, omni-channel, sell wherever, pick up wherever. Absolutely, that's certainly become sort of the operating goal of these companies. And if you think about it, Amazon's been kind of going from the other direction. The idea that you can pick up stuff in Kohl's stores or return it via the UPS store. I mean, they're trying in their own way to kind of build out, what you might call the brick and mortar piece of omni-channel retail. That's such a great phrase.
Yeah, indeed. Dave Wilson, Bloomberg Stocks editor, thank you so much for being with us. Just crossing the Bloomberg, President Trump saying that the Chinese want to make a deal. This comes after ratcheting up some of the trade tensions earlier in the morning. We heard him say that he was going to put tariffs back on steel imports from Argentina and Brazil because of the devaluation of their currencies. Now, however, saying that things are progressing on the Chinese side. A little bit of a tick up when it comes comes to the NASDAQ in particular. So we'll keep bringing you any news as it comes.
A lot of continued crosswinds here as we get to the trade negotiations. The question is, I think a lot of people like Michael McKee, for example, Bloomberg, saying, just show me when it's on paper. I'll talk to you then.
Right. And a lot of people saying that the back and forth is getting old. At the same time, markets do move.
Yes.
And so therefore, people still pay attention. It really is the main driver of what's been moving markets on any given day.
Absolutely. That continues to be the key driver. We will follow it. Right now, let's head down to our 99.1 studios in Washington, D.C. to Nathan Hager for World and National Headlines. Nathan.
Well, the House Intelligence Committee is releasing its impeachment report on President Trump behind closed doors for key lawmakers today. That says the Democrat-led Judiciary Committee presses ahead with its first hearing on Wednesday, even though the White House says it's not taking part. On NBC's Meet the Press, Republican Senator John Kennedy said he can't blame him.
Have they allowed the president to call his own witnesses? No. Have they allowed him to have his lawyer present? No. Have they allowed him to offer rebuttal evidence? No. Have they allowed him to cross-examine the witnesses that were handpicked by Speaker Pelosi? No.
And President Trump is attacking the process on Twitter, writing, quote, the do-nothing Democrats get 3 constitutional lawyers for their impeachment hoax. They will need them. The Republicans get 1. Oh, that sounds fair. End quote. Today, President Trump is headed to London for a 2-day summit marking NATO's 70th birthday. Despite pleas to set aside bickering over military spending, the U.S. is almost certain to demand that allies honor their pledges to spend 2% of GDP on defense by 2024. Ahead of the summit, a vigil was held in London to honor the 2 people killed in Friday's knife attack on London Bridge. Mayor Sadiq Khan.
Take hope from the heroism of ordinary Londoners and our emergency services who ran towards danger, risking their lives to help people.
Police shot and killed the attacker Usman Khan, a convicted terrorist who had graduated from an inmate education program that his victims took part in. Another Democrat is dropping out of the presidential race. Montana Governor Steve Bullock says it's become clear he won't be able to break through to the top tier. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and at TikTok, on Twitter, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. This is Bloomberg.
Pickets from the business community. Has it become normal? Tariffs.
That is also below what the market is looking for.
Trade wars.
Give us an idea of how things are likely to evolve.
You don't want to turn away for a second. Don't worry, we're watching too.
Chief Asia economist joining us from our studios in Hong Kong.
Bloomberg Daybreak Asia.
Trade war got to be the top of mind there.
Tonight at 6 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Okay, kids, Dad's gonna teach you how to dance. First, spread your feet apart. Then, pump your knee, nod your head, shake your hips, and bite your lip ever so slightly. Now, with one hand in the air, point at people with the other hand. I call that the rock star.
Dance like a dad. It's a great way to make a moment with your kids.
Now, make a face like it just smells something bad.
Visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
What if you could keep the top economic experts in a conference room next to your office without having to feed them?
Do we need better optics? Do we need some substance?
Do CEOs care about ESG?
We have seen quite a lot of stimulus pumped into the system already.
It's the biggest warning yet about the financial risks of climate change.
Now there are more ways to hear us. Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business, Radio.com, and iHeartRadio apps, and at BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
The average time a resume spends on an HR manager's desk is 7 seconds, and most of them are tossed aside. Now imagine if one of those resumes belonged to Yasmin, who was
living in a shelter, juggling 3 jobs. I had to be resilient. That's something that you can't teach.
We rely so much on a resume, yet it could never tell the full story of someone who
had to be independent and take initiative. And that's how I handle every project I get.
Discover new ways to develop great talent at gradsoflife.org. Brought to you by Grads of Life and the Ad.
At Lidl, we're big on getting in the Christmas spirit with our award-winning 8-year-old Queen Margot blended Scotch whiskey for just $12.99 and our award-winning range of Hortus Artisan gins and gin liqueurs from only $9.99. Big on a Christmas you can believe in. Now that's big on quality and always Lidl on price. Subject to availability, selected stores excludes an eye.
Right, what have we got here?
55-year-old male with the worst case of drop jaw I've seen, Doctor.
Goodness, his jaw's quite literally dropped onto the floor, hasn't it?
He was trying on the latest hearing aid technology at Specsavers.
What? Specsavers have high-tech hearing aids? That is astonishing.
Apparently, these ones are rechargeable and connect to your smartphone and TV. Doctor. Doctor.
My jaw. Oh.
I need some help over here. Get the latest rechargeable Bluetooth hearing aid technology at Specsavers from £1,395 a pair. Ask in store for details.
This is someone making an online booking at Ford.co.uk using the words Ford20 so they can service their Ford for £20 less. And this is someone who didn't get their Ford serviced. You see, at Ford, we use Ford genuine parts and Ford-trained technicians. Plus, if you quote Ford20 when you book with us online, you can receive £20 off. Book now at Ford.co.uk or visit your local participating dealer. Ford service. No one knows your Ford better.
Retail customers only. At participating Ford dealers. Cannot be used with other promotions. T's and C's apply. Search Ford service for more information.
At TUI, we can help you find the perfect family holiday. And with flights from 20 UK airports, we make getting there a whole lot easier. This Black Friday, you can save up to £150 per booking, and you'll automatically get the chance to win the cost of your holiday back. Book online or in store with one of our travel experts. At TUI, we cross the T's, dot the I's, and put you in the middle. Offer available on selected holidays for a limited time and subject to availability. Booking T's and C's apply. At or protected.
Hey, NFL fan, can't watch the game? Can't be there? We've got you covered. With TuneIn Premium, you can listen to every NFL game live as it's happening.
LaShawn McCoy has an opening on the right side, punches into the end zone for the touchdown.
Or catch it later on demand.
Offset backs behind Mahomes. The give is to Williams. Starts right, cuts it back to the left, and blows into the end zone for the touchdown.
You call the plays. Follow the NFL anytime, anywhere, all season long with TuneIn Premium. Upgrade today.
When you're not listening to your team, take it to the end zone, the rim, or the net. Keep up with the biggest moments in sports by following TuneIn on social media.
Block, Cook into the end zone for the touchdown.
From reminders of the live top games to tips of the best sports stations and podcasts.
Welcome to Undisputed. We are live from Los Angeles. I'm Jenny Taft here with Skip Bayless.
Follow at TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to get the most out of TuneIn.
Start hearing more of what you want. Upgrade to TuneIn Premium and get over 45 commercial-free music stations, live commercial-free news, and every live NFL, MLB, NBA, and NHL game. Visit TuneIn.com/premium to upgrade.
Why do some leaders inspire action when others don't?
The best leaders are actually the best followers because they don't see themselves as the thing to be followed. They actually see themselves as following a cause bigger than themselves.
I'm Guy Raz. How leaders inspire movements for change. That's next time on the TED Radio Hour from NPR. You can subscribe to the TED Radio Hour on TuneIn.
We can't make traffic move faster during rush hour. But we can help you catch up on the news with TuneIn. With live around-the-clock news from MSNBC.
In the UK, they're significantly worse. When the president gets up to the podium...
CNBC and Fox News Talk.
The Fox News poll sizing up the race for 2020 found that each of the 5 top Democrats...
You can use your stop and go for good by staying in touch with the world. Search news to hear what's happening now.
Headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at TikTok on Twitter. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Stocks come off earlier lows, but are still down on disappointing factory data. And after President Donald Trump's move on tariffs rekindled concern over trade risks, bonds are down. We check the numbers every 15 minutes throughout the trading day on Bloomberg Radio. S&P 500 is down 0.5%, down 16. The Dow's down 0.4%, down 111, and the Nasdaq's down 0.9%, down 79. The 10-year is down 18.30 seconds. The yield is 1.83%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil is up 1.9% at $56.24 a barrel, and COMEX gold is down 0.4% at $14.6690 per ounce. The dollar yen 109.34, the euro $1.1065, and the British pound $1.29.30.